Can you hear me? I connected.
Can you hear me?
My throat. Okay. Hello.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Going good. I was oh. My phone, my computer for some reason. Were you calling for long?
No, just for like a second.
Okay, cool. I thought that like you were sitting for a bit.
All right, don't worry about it.
Okay.
You're good. All right. So I got my stream all set up. We're going. I'm gonna. Oh, I still have the starting soon thing on. All right. So give me a second. I'm gonna do my little sign on, and then we'll go. All right. All right.
All right. Cool.
It is Saturday, July 27th, 25th. God damn it, I fucked that up. Oh well. Today, guys, we're just gonna goof around. It's like casual Friday, but it's Saturday. Same sort of deal. One of my buddies from D&D, who I hope doesn't tune into the stream too often because I talk about D&D stuff sometimes. But I know he doesn't. Start again? No, dude, shut up. It is what it is. Okay, fine. One more time for you bitches. All right. It is Saturday, July 25th. In the year of our Lord, Cardi B, 2020. I'm Andrew. Welcome to the Kill a Fail stream. That part is not officially part of the intro. Everyone just forget that it happened. Thanks, DJ Moonboots. Good to see you in chat, buddy. Anyways, I'm gonna be talking with my pal. I'm just gonna call him Jacob because he's been on the stream before as Jacob. And we're gonna talk about The Last of Us 2 for a little bit because I feel like everything I've ever said about The Last of Us 2 on this stream has just kind of been me going like, oh my god, that shit was bananas, oh so good. But I feel like it would be fun to have something that we can clip for later that's a little bit more like, oh, here's why this worked really well and this is really cool, and like doing it with my friend will make it easier, I think. Especially since I didn't write that clip beforehand or write that script. Oh shit, I don't have any of my lights on. That's okay. It's a casual Saturday. Jacob, you're here. You muted yourself. You can unmute yourself.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
You're good, buddy. This isn't talk radio. It's like a much dumber version of it.
You know, I want to be polite. I want to let you do what you gotta do.
What a sweet boy. Oh, I appreciate that. Hey, do you have the stream open, by the way?
Do I have? Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah. Can you look at the top really quick? The top part. There's this thing that I just added that I'm really proud of. I want to show off. It's this little slash that goes back and forth. And it says who, like, oh, here's your last sub, your last follower, your last this. I think it's really cool. I'm really proud of it.
That's really cool. I like that.
That's kind of a tangential point. We're here to talk about The Last of Us 2, guys, all right? And we're getting right down to brass tacks with this, okay? Jacob, you just finished. When did you actually finish it?
Before we get down to brass tacks. Literally, probably like 3 days ago.
Okay.
I think like maybe 2 to 3 days ago. Time has no meaning anymore, but around that time frame.
That's good. Yeah. I remember being in that state of mind. I feel like I feel like I needed like a straight week to like just sit with it, you know, and just like digest that. You know what
I mean? I don't know. Like I think I was able to sit with it for a while because I kept taking really big gaps in between each session, I should say. So it was like I would play it and then I would like be like, okay, I need to take a break for a minute because that's just a lot going on at one time. So I'm just gonna like sit for like 3 days to a week, and then I play it again and I keep going. Yeah.
25.
It would just last a while.
25 just tipped $1. Thank you, 25. I don't know. You guys have to put your names in there. But yeah, no, I know what you mean, Jacob. It's yeah, it takes a and you went in with no spoilers, right? You were really good about that,
Yeah. The only spoiler I saw was that Abby ate a burrito at one point, and that was it.
dude. That burrito made me so goddamn hungry. You have no idea. Okay, but oh yeah, so just let's not be like overly professional about this. We were talking about this like 10 minutes ago, guys, and then Jacob was like, "Hey, we might as well do this on
Yeah.
stream," and I was like, "That sounds like a good idea. We can clip that shit and put it on YouTube." So here we are now.
There you go.
But we were talking about like, I think the thing that I was talking about that I have thought a lot about, and I don't have any definitive answer for, like whether they should change it or whether it was perfect the way it is, was whether it was a good idea to do like 3 days as Ellie and then 3 days as Abby, or if it would have been better to sort of like interweave it. Because the thing to also remember is like
So
within all of that shit, there were like a bunch of flashbacks too. Like it was a really like machete cut story, you know?
yeah.
Like the order was a little weird, I feel.
So okay. So my opinion on the order. A lot of people, from what I've been seeing, so I haven't really looked at any reviews until after I finished it. So the reviews I've really seen have like it hasn't been too many, but what I've seen, people were complaining about how, or in what the reviews talked about, they were saying how people didn't like that you played as Abby a little bit in the beginning, and then it was all Ellie.
Yeah.
I
I don't know if
and I
agree
think
with
that kind of adds into the yeah, like I think it was really good to establish like, hey, this is like the other side of the story, because like when you first when it shows her when it first shows Abby, I didn't really realize that it was all in like the same area. I thought it was just showing us another survivor,
Yeah.
and like maybe their paths would cross in some way. I definitely wasn't expecting them to like, attack Joel or anything like that.
Yeah. It was
But
weird.
I think, yeah, I think like one, I don't think that really took away from the story at all. I feel like uh, having us play as her in the beginning, totally fine. Just establishes gameplay mechanics of like, hey, this is how it's going to work. This is we will be there will be a little bit of switching back and forth, like how in the first game you switched Ellie for a little bit. We're gonna do some of that here too,
Yeah.
and like that I don't think it took away from the story at all. I think it showed you story wise when you get deeper into it. I really like the twist of them being like Abby and Ellie finally cross paths, and this is what Ellie did. This is how what Ellie did affected Abby. I think that was like a really good twist. That because I wasn't expecting it to happen. I think if like I think if they were switching between each day, it would have felt like, okay, we have already seen all this, or kind of would have spoiled like you. Oh,
No, I
you
get what you're
go
saying.
to the hospital.
I think. Hang on, if I can interrupt you. I think you're actually right. And
Yeah,
the,
go ahead.
the only complaint that I kind of have about not switching between the days is that we don't really get to know the characters too much until we also know that they're dead. You know what I mean? Like you're in the hospital, right,
Yeah.
with Nora,
Yeah.
and you're like, yeah, like I'm Ellie. I'm gonna fuck you up, Nora. Get fucked, you know? And it's like, okay, like I don't really care about Nora. I don't really know who she is, so I don't care. Whatever, like fuck her, let's kill her and whatever. But then like when the game comes back around and you're Abby and you're like, hey Nora, can you help me get some medical supplies? And then they're like, oh Abby, we're gonna lock you up. And then Nora's the one who frees her, and you're like, oh hey, thanks Nora, thumbs up, dude. It's like that's cool. But like I know you're gonna die, so I don't want to get like maybe it's just me, right? Like maybe I'm just like I don't want to get like too attached to you, Nora, because I know you're dead, you know. But maybe that's
Right.
like on
And
me.
I think that's like the whole point of I think that's the whole point of the game is like you all of these people have a life outside of whatever you've seen them as, and like yeah, Ellie, you as Ellie, you don't want to get attached to them, but like Abigail has a life with this character, has an established like history with this character, and you've interacted with them. You are friends with this person. They're going to help you out no matter what. I mean, like Isaac has a line where when you mention something about his name Shane? No, Sean. What was his name? I forgot his name.
Owen.
The guy who was banging everybody. Owen, that's his name.
The guy was banging everybody.
When you when you like ask about him, Isaac's like, oh, I guess the Salt Lake crew don't like have any secrets between them, which I feel like is a really good uh, subtle way of saying like, oh yeah, these are a group of people who know each other really well and who all trust each other. Like above anyone else, they trust each other.
Yeah.
So like, I actually really like Nora. I think she was a really cool character. The little bit that you got to interact with her, I do wish that there was a bit more establishing, like getting to know them a bit more. But I thought she was really cool. I thought she was really cool. I thought she was really interesting, and yeah, like I was attached to her. Let me
ask you this question from my chat. Would you have preferred playing Abby's section first and always being one step behind as Ellie?
Oh,
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say no, because I think, even though I like the idea of being halfway through the game and being like, oh man, like here I am, I'm Ellie, I'm chasing down Abby, and like, oh wow, I'm way hotter on her heels than I thought, like, because I'm going to the aquarium and I know she's going to the aquarium. I think that would have been cool, like being like halfway through and having that have been the thing. But the thing is, like, I don't think I would have wanted to just like start the like okay, we finished the prologue, right? And then we get to like Seattle, and it's like Seattle day one, you're Abby. I would have been like, fuck this, I don't care, I want to play as Ellie. Ellie's the one who like I know about, who I care about.
Yeah.
And I would have wanted to start like day one Ellie, you know?
It's an interesting totally idea. Agree. I think it would have been
yeah.
I think it would have been too jarring as a player to like just be in this new character who I played as for 5 minutes.
It would have been maybe interesting.
That's really all it is.
If you didn't have to do like 3 specific days with each, and if they did it in like more of a machete order, where like you play as Ellie for a little bit, and then you play as Abby, and then when you come back to Ellie, you are sort of like catching up to Abby, like in all of that. That would have been maybe interesting, but I don't know how you would have like divided it up cleanly.
See, yeah, like
overall like, though, honestly, like the way that it worked out, I'm even if I'm like hesitant to say like it's the best perfect way, I think it was at the very least like good enough at the very least, and like probably damn near perfect at the best, you know? And I kind of oscillate between thinking either of those things. I'm like, sometimes I'm like, no, the way they did it was good, like the writers know what they're doing, that was great. And then sometimes I'm like, I don't know, maybe it could have been a little bit better this way, like. But honestly, I think the fact that it makes me kind of go in between those two modes of thinking is like, I think that means that it's at the very least it's just good, you know, and that means it's good enough. I'd still like the story overall, like I was really into, and it didn't take away from it being in the order it was in.
So I think if they played it in chronological order, if you played through it in chronological order of like playing through all the flashbacks you go through, like kind of jumping through young Ellie until you get to the Joel death day, which the death day. And until you got to that point, I think if you played in chronological order and then went through the whole game playing as Abby and then switching over to Ellie and then playing as Abby and like showing like, okay, this is all the places you've gone through, I don't think it would have been a strong storytelling wise.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think the flashbacks needed to happen where they did in those stories.
And I think it added more power to it because like whenever you had those flashbacks, it was when something dire was happening. So to me, it felt like, okay, this is what Ellie's thinking of as she's being abducted, or this is what Abby's thinking of as the Seraphites are knocking her out and dragging her away. She's thinking back to when she was like training and first came to Seattle and all. Like she's thinking back to brighter memories or to powerful memories. Like I think it was a really powerful way to do that, and I think it would have been too much jumping if you were going between Ellie and Abby through the whole thing.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Doing the flashbacks. Yeah, I think you're probably right. And I think too, like, I think one thing too that I think initially annoyed me about some of the flashbacks is that like I think some of them were placed in really
Mhm.
cool ways where it's like Abby just got knocked out and like we don't know what's gonna happen to her. Like that's like the
Yeah.
ultimate cliffhanger. And then we go to a flashback, and I think that worked really well. But then there were some like with Ellie where it's like, oh boy, I'm tired. I just spent the whole day looking for Abby, but now I'm gonna go back to the theater and rest, you know, and I'm gonna maybe get in a little fight with
Yeah.
my girlfriend too because she's pregnant, you know. And now I'm gonna lie down. I'm
I
gonna have a little
yeah, I
nap,
think
and I'm gonna do a flashback. And I was like, dude, I don't want a flashback right now. Like, I want to keep going. Like, I don't feel like I'm at that ultimate like, I don't feel like I'm at that ultimate like cliffhanger of suspense where I really needed a flashback at that moment. You know, I feel like that's like maybe
See,
like a
but
criticism
to
I could
me,
have.
yeah, I think that's fair. To me, I felt like it was a breath of fresh air because like it is exhausting. Like that game is
It
exhausting.
totally is, yeah.
You know,
Uh-huh.
like there were so many times where I'd be like, oh, my arms are so tired. I need to just coast through a little bit and not have to worry about this so much. And like I don't I liked I think some of the placements of flashbacks probably could have been better.
I don't
But
even know if it could have been better,
it was
right?
still
Like I'm talking about like more of like what my reaction was at the moment, you know. But I don't want to like
Mhm.
backseat. I don't want to like backseat writer this too much, where I'm like, well, I know better than the writers. Like, no, like they're paid to do this. I'm sure like a good amount, and like I'm sure they're good at their jobs. I mean,
Right.
I know they
And
are
I
because
think
like I love their
yeah.
work, but like I'm just saying like this is some of like this is just some of
And I think
my
it's important
reactions. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. And I think it's important to establish that like um I think in the end of the day, at the end of the day, I think is a fantastic story. I think the decisions they made were their decisions. They are professionals. They know exactly how to weave together a story, but like we can still have an opinion on what we would have liked to see in it. Like, yeah,
True.
I know very little about storytelling, but still like I know what my gut is like, okay, yeah, this is enjoyable to me, you know?
You know what I thought was like one of I feel like one of the best like flashbacks, like since we're just talking about flashbacks right now, I think the best flashback they did in the
Right.
entire game, the absolute best one, was towards the end where they flash back to the night that was like the night before the game started, where you go back to kind of like see what everyone was
Yes.
talking about, where it's like, wait, what do you mean Dina kissed Ellie on the dance floor and everyone was looking? Like where everyone was kind of like alluding to that in the beginning.
And like, what do you mean there's a
Yeah,
bigot
like
sandwich? Why how
yeah,
is he
baguette
like
sandwich. Dude, it was a steak sandwich. I would have fucking I could go for a steak sandwich. All the food in that game was not like rendered
ooh.
particularly well, but it made me so hungry. I'm just like, oh, burrito wrapped in foil. Oh, I could go for that. Oh, a steak sandwich. Like, oh man, I get a free
It's like
sandwich
wrapped in
and it's
in
steak.
butcher paper?
Yeah, exactly. Like from a nice deli. Oh god, I got so hungry.
Yeah.
But
Mhm.
I thought that flashback. Oh, I just thought it was so good. It was so perfect.
Yeah.
I love that. I
Yeah,
just like,
it was great timing for it.
yeah.
It was like it was again, I think that they use the flashbacks in a way to show like this is what this character is thinking of at this moment. And I think that's a really good way to use it. I think that's how flashbacks should be used. Not to deliver uh not to deliver story that they couldn't fit into another place,
Hmm.
but to show like this is what this character's experience is right now. Because like yeah, we could fill in those gaps of like what happened the night before. Well, I mean, we did for most of the game, and we were totally fine with that. But then they were like, as Ellie was it right after or right as she was letting her go?
When Ellie was letting
It was
Abby
right
go.
after, right? Like right as she, like yeah, that flashback happened when Ellie was getting into the boat and riding back to home, right? Like like Abby. Can you hear
So
me?
I think the way that it ended, right? You're talking about like the very ending. No, not very very ending, but
Well,
like pretty much the
I was
ending,
saying
right?
like the flashback. Yeah, the flashback that we're talking about, like it popped in, like when the Ellie was sitting there in the
This is a
ocean.
spoil.
It cut to black, and then
This
it
is
was
a
flashback.
spoiler discussion, dude. Like these people need to know that. Don't worry about spoiling shit. Like so
Yeah.
when
No,
Ellie
I'm not trying to. I
when
just
yeah when Ellie's holding Abby under the water, you're talking about like the flashback of Joel playing
yeah.
guitar in her head.
Well, I'm talking about the flashback of like the dance, like the flashback that we were just
Oh
talking
yeah, I'm
about.
sorry.
That
Okay.
happened. That happens. Yeah, it's fine. That happens like I'm just trying to remember. Like that happens like right as everything is finished. It cuts. She's just sitting there by herself, and it cuts to black, and then it's flashback. To
That
me,
was when they decided to leave
that says
Seattle, right? I'm like, I
wait.
honestly
Now I'm
like,
confused.
I left this game, like I finished this game like a few weeks ago, so I'm kind of like I forgot sort of the timeline on this.
Right.
Um,
Well,
yeah,
my point is that
should have taken better
like
notes, I
that
guess.
flashback is being used. That flashback is being used to show like as Ellie is trying like is about to kill Abby, she's thinking about Joel, and the last thing she saw of Joel with him being all bloody, and that got her angry enough to like put her back under, right?
Yeah,
And then she remembers him playing the guitar, and then she's like thinking about it, and then pulls her up, and it's like, okay, fine, leave.
yeah,
And then after that, she's sitting there, and it flashbacks to like the whole scene of the dance. And I think to me that says like, oh yeah, Ellie is thinking about the last conversation she had with Joel, and how she told Joel that she is still upset with him, but she's okay with working to being okay with him. And I think that kind of has some overlap to how she feels about Ellie too. I mean, about Abby, excuse me.
yeah.
Like,
I'm honestly getting goosebumps right
like
now,
she's like,
just like
okay, you know
thinking
what?
about that, because it does work on like so many different levels. Like it's there's a part
Because
of it where you're thinking about how, I mean, it's I even like kind of taking a step back and thinking like maybe this isn't even necessarily like what the character is thinking of right now, but thinking of it more from like this is just the presentation that Naughty Dog decided to like reveal the story to us in, and so like this is like them just like, you
yeah,
know, here's your next little plot coupon, like here's your next little story nugget, you know. Thinking of it that way, I think, is also like really good, where it's just like, yeah, like, and don't forget, this is like what it's all about, man. Family. But yeah, you know, which is a little cheesy, but
yeah.
it just, I don't
Well,
know, it worked really well. And then I think the fact that she goes back after is like
and
such a gut punch, you know. And she finds the empty
yeah.
house.
Oh, to this empty house. Oh,
See,
like I was like,
I have talked about this on stream before, how like the whole point of it is that like revenge isn't worth it sort of theme or message or lesson, moral, whatever we
well,
want to call it, you know, like
I
where
think,
like you kind of like you go through with or not go through with the revenge, I guess, because she didn't really, but like she goes almost all the way through with it, and it costs her like literally everything, you know, like she loses
and see,
so
I read it
much.
as,
Go ahead.
yeah. See, what I think about it as is, I don't think she didn't get her revenge because in that moment, she could have just killed Abby, and I think in her head she was like, okay, we're done here. This is it. I'm like, Abby had already moved on, which we had seen from her being like, I don't want to fight you. This is like, I'm done with this. I don't want to have to do this anymore. I just would rather like go on with my life and be free. But Ellie was like, no, 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 you don't get to do that. You don't get to take away my like my
Revenge.
my release. You don't get to do that to me. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like yeah, my revenge of it. Because like she killed a lot of people. I think I think at that point revenge has already been had. Like it was
No, I
as she
disagree.
put it, it was finishing the job.
I disagree because
No.
there's one person who killed Joel, really, right? And it's Abby. And she, I think, and she knows that at that point, right? Because she knows not only like, yeah, Abby obviously didn't do it alone. Like she had this group with her, and I killed that whole fucking group. So like, fuck them. But like on top of that, she knows that like, you know, not only was Abby the person who actually did the deed, which is like important, but on top of that, Abby is the whole reason that group was even there. It was because
Yeah.
at a certain point, Ellie does learn that it was Abby's dad who was the doctor that Joel killed. You know, doesn't she? I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that happened. And so she
I
knows that like Abby was the driving force, you know? And so I do feel like it's like everyone else is like secondary. I feel like if Ellie could have just gone in and just killed Abby, she wouldn't have even given a shit about the friends, you know?
Yeah.
I think the friends were
I
like,
think, yeah, I
the
mean,
friends
yeah,
I think were
does,
stepping stones to get to like Abby, which was like the true goal of her revenge.
and I think like clearly, yeah, Ellie was ready to kill all of them if she had to, but I don't
Sure,
think
yeah.
she wanted to.
Yeah, I think
Because,
the only
like,
one that she really wanted to kill, I think, was Abby. That's what I'm saying. But I mean,
yeah.
that's just my opinion.
Well,
I
that
don't
and
know.
the guy who she slashed at the very beginning because he was attacking her, like, deliberately.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like, yeah, I think, okay. So, I was reading a thing, an article that Forbes posted, someone posted on the Forbes thing or whatever. I was talking about this game and how originally the ending was going to be Ellie killing Abby. But Neil Druckmann decided, like, halfway through production, he was like, you know what? No, no, no. That's not how Ellie would behave. Like, that's not who she is. She would, she would she would still have that humanity to be like, okay, I need to let this person go because this is like too far for me. Like I like it keeps that humanity for her, you know.
I think okay, and this is where this is just like my opinion, how I read it, whatever. But I think that that's a really good decision, and I think that it is because it's sort of there's a lot of mirroring between this game and the last game, right? Like there's mirroring between Joel and Ellie's relationship that you see in Abby and Lev, which I thought was really good and like really yanked at my heartstrings.
Yeah.
And I think that there's ultimately probably like the best mirroring of the first game is the story of our protagonist, like our main protagonist, you know, Joel in the first game, who loses something at the beginning and learns to sort of like and like it and that sort of like coarsens him and like his soul, you know, and then sort of like learns to like figures out a way to sort of like regain his humanity and like open himself up again, I think. And I think Ellie goes on like almost the same arc, right? Where in the beginning of this game, she loses something important to her, you know, being Joel, you know, not it's different from Joel who lost his daughter in the first game. But in this one, she loses Joel, right? And then that coarsens her and you see how that becomes
Right.
like the thing, like, you know, they're in Seattle and Jesse's like, yo, dog, like your girlfriend's pregnant. We should go back. And, you know, like, and like Tommy's hurt. We should go back. And then like Jesse dies. And it's like,
Yeah.
how much more are you going to like push this, you know? And like, and
Yeah.
she stays bloodthirsty like throughout the whole time. Like even at the end, when they decide to ultimately be like, okay, I guess I'm not going to get my revenge. I have to go back. I feel like you could kind of tell like with her body language that like that wasn't really what she wanted to do. And so in that way, she gets kind of like, hey, let me finish real quick. And I think so in that way, she was kind of like coarse to that, right? And then at the end, she does kind of like, she like, again, mirroring Joel in the last game, she makes a decision that sort of like saves her humanity, right? Where Joel, to save his humanity, he couldn't let go of this, like, this new daughter figure, you know? And he learned to like, kind of like actually like deeply care about someone again. And Ellie in this game learned to kind of like, I guess, pay that forward, you know, by like letting this other person live.
I think that's a really good way to look at that. I do like that a lot. But like, I think when she goes back, it's not a sense of like she feels like, ugh, man, I didn't want to let her go, but whatever. I saw that more as like defeated is not the right word, but it's more just like accepting that like she knows killing Abby isn't going to make her feel like Joel isn't going to bring Joel back. It's not gonna like make her feel as if she's honored him in any way. Like it was for her in a sense.
I don't know if she realizes that because
like
shortly after she eventually, I'm talking about when they leave Seattle, right? Like after she fights Abby. I'm talking about I'm talking about the first time where like she goes to Seattle and then Abby finds her at the theater and then they both like fuck each other up and then Abby decides to like let her and Dina live and she's basically like, I don't ever want to fucking see you again. And then because I think we were talking past each other for a second. You're talking about the ending. And I'm talking about the last thing that happened in Seattle, but you're talking about Santa Barbara.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in Seattle at the end.
Yeah. No,
in Seattle at the end,
totally agree with that.
Ellie didn't want to leave, and Ellie was defeated because Abby literally beat the shit out of her and held her girlfriend with like the knife and was like gonna kill her. You know.
I think this is something interesting because Ellie goes like, "Stop! Don't do it. She's pregnant," and Abby's like, "Good." Dude, and then it
so
takes
fucking
Lev
badass.
Like,
holy shit!
I was so like, hard. Dude, that's so messed up. I was like, that's so messed up for you to be like, "Good. I'm glad she's pregnant." Ha! Like, I think it's crazy that it's
messed
Lev
up.
Being like,
it's messed up. No, it makes perfect sense to me, dude. Because you have to like think about how many people she's killed so far, like just to get there. Like how many think about like how many scars she kills just walking down the street in Seattle on like a normal day. Like for her to be like, oh, like I guess I won't kill this one because like it's like my mortal enemy's girlfriend. Like why would that even matter? And like she's pregnant. Like why would like you know what I mean? Like her friend Mel was pregnant, you know. And so like, and I think especially like bringing up the fact that Mel was pregnant and Ellie killed Mel, it's like, good, I can do you one back, you know? I think that is true. If you're thinking of it like a scoreboard or like, if you're like a debt, you know, like a life debt, it's like, yeah, dude, for me to come and kill Joel, that was like me getting even, you know? And like, it was a courtesy of me to even like let you go in the first place, you know? And then to like let her go again at like for like just because you don't want to make Lev feel just because you don't want Lev to see you do that. I think that showed like I think that was almost like almost the end of Abby's arc right there, you know?
Yeah, I think that showed like something clicked.
That was like the growth.
Oh,
that was the growth in Abby.
Yeah, like my actions will have a consequence on this specific person who I have like imprinted on, who I now care for.
Yeah.
Whether it be as a little brother or like a son kind of mindset, up for debate, but still like she's like, okay, I have to set an example now.
Yeah.
But okay. Okay, so
yes.
One, I don't think Abby ever knew that Dina was her girlfriend. Like there,
yeah, I guess that's possible. I don't know. Like that might be true. I don't know.
But it was just someone who was like, "Oh, this is your pregnant person. Okay, I'm gonna kill your pregnant person since you killed my pregnant person." Yeah. I do see that.
Yeah.
But so, going back to Ellie being defeated and still like having that bloodlust. So, I think immediately after they left Seattle, it was definitely like, yeah, Ellie was probably still hot off of like, you know, blood murder, all that stuff. But blood murder, every murder is blood murder. But still, like,
not if you poison them.
That's
not if you use a lightsaber and cauterize the wound instantly.
But I definitely agree that it's like, yeah, she was like still bloodthirsty. But I think once they got to the farm, I think that it was definitely she was trying to like be okay with all of it, but it clearly wasn't okay with her still. Like she kept flashing back to Joel, so she still felt guilty about like letting Joel's killer go.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think yeah. she was definitely trying at that point. Like that's one of those.
Yeah.
It was like she was trying to like leave it all behind her, but she just couldn't, you know, for whatever reason. Yeah. I mean, I guess like if I have to like level more criticism at the game, which I guess I don't have to, but like I guess I maybe can, is that like the ending did seem a little bit like, well, we have to wrap it up, and so we have to do this. And it was like, okay, like I see it. None of this is like immersion breaking for me. None of this is stuff that I don't buy, but like Like especially like at the ending, I think too, like where she's like about to drown Abby. Like I don't get me wrong, right? Like I've said this before, and like I'll
Mhm.
keep saying it. I'm glad she didn't kill Abby at the end. I think it's a better story that way.
Yeah.
But I think that the way that she decided not to do that was just like, oh, as I'm drowning her, I have a little flashback of Joel playing guitar, and it's like, okay, I don't know. Maybe she could have maybe she could have like looked up and seen Lev and had like a flashback of like her and Joel, like one of their like earliest moments, you know?
Well, see,
I
what
think
I
I
saw
think
it as
I
was
think it would have
like,
been like a little bit maybe stronger if she had like seen Lev and like maybe drawn a parallel in her head and realized, "Oh shit, I'm killing Joel's killer, but this girl is actually like Joel to someone else." I think that maybe would have like been a little bit stronger, but like
yeah.
again, like I am kind of backseat writing now, and it's like it doesn't like ruin the story by any means.
See, like I see it. Okay, I see it as like she when she first starts drowning. Uh, when she first starts drowning Abby, she flashes back to Joel's beaten up, messed up face, right?
Does she?
And
I
that like
actually don't
gets her
remember that.
angry because she's like,
I thought Joel's beaten up, messed up face
yes,
was what she had the little flashback to in the barn, and that's what made her leave to go there in the first place.
both of them. So
She
it
did.
was first
Okay,
one was
I'll go by you
in the
because
barn,
you finished it more
yeah,
recently
and
than I.
then
Okay.
yeah, and then in the second time she sees it is while they're fighting, she's like like the final couple punches getting her down to the ground. She's like flashback to Joel's beaten up face. She's like, I'm gonna drown you now. And then as she's drowning, and Abby's like clawing to get out, or like in that general area at least. Like I don't know if it's specifically at that point, but then she thinks back to Joel, and I think that's
I
meant
know
to
what
be
it
like
is. I remember.
that's
I
when
totally
Ellie,
just it totally just triggered in my head. Here's what it is. I'm sorry to cut you off here, but what
yeah,
it is
yeah,
she lets Abby down
no,
off
you're
the
fine.
pillar. Then they walk back to the boats, and then Abby is like
Mm-hmm.
not even like paying attention. She's just like, I'm getting in this boat, I'm going. And that's I think when Ellie has the flashback of Joel's bloody face, and she's like, I can't let you go, bitch. You know, I'm pretty sure that's how it happened.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it
Yeah.
was.
And then as she's drowning her, that's when she thinks about the guitar. I think
Yeah.
you're right.
Yep. I'm pretty sure that's how it went.
Yeah. Which so what I think is what I think that's meant to be, that's when uh Ellie decided to start forgiving Joel. That was the moment where she was like, okay, let's work on this. And I think like that came up because like one, I think it's a couple things. I think one, that's when she decided to forgive Joel, and two, I think that was like, oh, I can't just focus on his death. I can't just focus on the terrible thing that happened to him, because that isn't fair to his memory. Like I have to focus on the fun times, the moments where he was playing guitar and taught me how to play guitar.
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff. I have to think about that too.
Yeah.
But I think like thinking back to forgiving Joel made her like drowning Abby, and then thinking about Joel made her think about like, oh yeah, if I can forgive Joel for doing something that betrayed me, like I think I should be able to not forgive her, but at least let go.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I don't know.
At least move on.
Yeah, yeah, and maybe not move on's the right word,
Or
because like
start to move
that
on.
implies
I think that's actually like probably
yeah.
like one of the better parts of the game is that we get like those nice story resolution moments, you know, where
Mm-hmm.
Ellie will say to Joel like, I can start trying to forgive you, and it's like, oh good,
Yeah.
they like quote unquote like made up, right? And that's like what gives you like that satisfaction in the story. But I think it's good from like a role model perspective on in media, where it's like I don't know, like that what Joel did was like pretty bad, and like to just grant him forgiveness, I think is like a little bit like
See, that's I I don't think, and I think that's why they worded it like they did, because
Yeah.
Ellie isn't just forgiving him. She's saying like, I can't, like, because she says, I cannot just forgive and forget like what you did,
Yeah.
but I can start to forgive you. Like we can work on it. I'm not gonna say that like all is forgiven, but
Yeah.
we can work on it. And I think that's a really healthy way to look at it. Like just because someone's asked you to forgive them doesn't mean that you have to. Like
Yeah.
you can say, oh, like it is completely okay to say this what you did was not fine and I'm not okay with this, but that doesn't mean that we can't have a conversation about it. I
You
just
can
mean we
also
can't
say, you can
work
also
on
just
each other,
say,
on our relationship.
yeah, you can also just say no. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And she did. And Joel wasn't like I don't think Joel asked her to forgive him either. Like it wasn't like he was like, please, please forgive me. He was like, I get it. You are mad at me.
Uh,
What I did is like I think he recognizes like what he did was bad. Cause like even in the intro when he's talking to I almost call him Tony. To
Timmy.
Tommy.
To
To
Jimmy.
Timmy.
Jimmy.
Uh yeah.
To Slimmy.
When he's talking to Tony and he
Salami.
says like, you know,
I think his name was Salami Johnny, actually.
when he's talking to Salami Johnny, when Joel is talking to his dear baby brother Salami Johnny, he tells him like he's like, yeah, I took her away. I had to take her away.
Hmm.
And I think that like that shows like
I think
he
there is
knows what
some
he did.
I think there is some recognition that he knows that like he kind of fucked humanity over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you could go. I don't think you can be a human being and go on with your life thinking that that was the right decision.
The one that he made, you mean?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think you have to know that
Like
you
I
made the
mean,
wrong
not that
decision,
it's
but that it was like I guess what you had to do, you know?
maybe not the wrong decision, but the selfish decision.
Yeah, it's kind of like you know what? Okay, so I'm thinking of like this is like the most like weird out of like left field like comparison to bring up. Um, but
Mm-hmm.
it reminds me. I think it says it's a good moment. It's a good decision, like story wise, obviously, just because it's very interesting. But it also says a lot about Joel as a person and as a
Right.
character. And you can find like I think a good comparison to make is, and I was thinking about this the other day because I was watching some video that some guy was talking about, it's totally unrelated. But he's talking about like in Black
Mm-hmm.
Panther, Okoye, the head of the royal guard, how after T'Challa gets like beaten by Killmonger in the duel, and then like
Mm-hmm.
his girlfriend is like, "Hey, Okoye, we should like overthrow this guy who's the king, who's the new king." And then Okoye is like, "Are you fucking mad? Like, I ain't doing that. I'm head of the royal guard, homie. Like, I'm not a spy." And it's like it shows that like she makes this decision where she's like, "Dude, it's like my duty comes above myself." You know? And that says that's like it's a very simple decision and it's a
Right.
very interesting like it's kind of like interesting from like a plot perspective, but like it's a good decision because like it's a decision that she can make that like drives the story forward, that also just like defines like clearly defines who she is for the audience. And I think the decision that Joel made is
Mm-hmm.
like very similar in the same way where it's like I understand that I have this duty, but then there's also like what I need for myself, and I'm gonna go with that. And he even says at one point in Last of Us
Yeah.
2, in one of the flashbacks, like if I had to go back and do it, I would do it exactly the same because that's what I had to do for myself. And that's
Yeah.
it's good in the sense that like we can like moralize
Yeah.
about like whether it's the right decision. Like it obviously like wasn't for humanity, but like for him, like that's what he needed, and that is like a really good way for writers to give insight into a character, without like
Yes.
saying to us like this is why Joel needs this and blah blah blah. Instead of explaining it, they show us that part of him through this decision that he makes. I thought that was really really good, and
Yeah.
I feel like him doubling down on it in the second game was the right thing to do for him being more of a stagnant character in the second game. Because his story's kind of
Right.
over at that point.
Yeah.
And it was more about Ellie changing. And so yeah, I think it was a good way for us to like get a little bit of like a little bit of like Joel nostalgia in the second game, but also a good way to like kind of like clearly define like, yeah, his story's gone and like, or not gone, but it's over and he's reached the end of it, you know? Well, someone said M'Baku should have been Black Panther. Dude, for real. What's that guy's name? It's like Duke
Okay.
Winston or something.
Yes.
Winston Duke.
Yes.
I turned it around.
Yes.
That guy, I love that guy. For like, he's so good.
I was gonna say we've talked about him because he's also the dad from Us, isn't he?
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he is.
Might have been. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. He was. Yeah. Yeah. God, he's so good.
Dude, I would have. He's a fantastic actor.
Yeah.
Such a handsome man too. Such a handsome
M'Baku is great as all his movies.
But okay. So, talked about the flashbacks.
Yeah.
We both agree, solid ending. I don't think I don't I think it was a good ending because it showed like it turns the revenge plot on its head. Because typically in a revenge story, it ends with the character getting the satisfaction of killing whoever they were like setting out to kill, right?
Does it?
But
I feel like the classic.
I mean, typically, yeah.
Well, I feel like the classic revenge story is actually kind of pretty close to what they did when they ended up doing in The Last of Us 2, where like the person they go on this quest for revenge, and then they realize at the end, like, oh, like revenge actually isn't worth it. Like I feel like that's always the moral of the story. You know, like I'm trying to think of like an example for my brain is like farting on me right now and it's like not coming up with something, but I'm thinking like in Star Wars, you know, like when Luke Skywalker is like, hey dog, I'm about to fucking kill you, Darth Vader, and this is for all the shit you've done. And then he realizes like, no, this isn't the right thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's often like the moral of the story is that revenge is bad, you know? So I feel like the way that Last of Us 2 did it doesn't deviate too much from like the norm.
No, hang on.
Hang on. But I think it does do it a lot better. Okay. I do think that the way they tell the story.
But going back.
Yeah.
But going back to the Star Wars thing, he doesn't kill. Okay, he's like, you killed my father, I'm gonna kill you, or you killed my family, I'm gonna kill you. And then he realizes, oh shoot, you are my father. Okay, so I'm not gonna kill you. And like, you are a person. Oh, Palpatine's the one who's bad. I'm just gonna fucking kill Palpatine then.
Well, first of all, Luke Skywalker didn't kill Palpatine. Okay. Second of all, you do have to kill Palpatine, not for revenge, but you have to kill him just because he's a threat to like the galaxy. You know, like there's a difference between killing someone in cold blood because of like you want revenge and killing someone because like you have to like take out a threat. You know what I mean? Like if someone is like, if someone, well, I mean, like if those two things overlap, then I mean, like, I don't know, it's your lucky day. I guess.
What if they kill someone who is your galaxy?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I don't know, dude. I don't know what to say about that. But I mean, the thing is, I think that's what makes like so much of the death like permissible, right? Like at the end of the day, you can be like who cares about whether Abby dies or not? She killed a bunch of people. And it's like, yeah, Abby killed a bunch of people who were trying to kill her. Like we understand and we accept, like when we're talking about like morality, we can say like, yeah, like people who are like violent, immediate threats can be like, you know, in defense, we can like eliminate them. Like, of course we can. Like, that's just how, like, I don't know. That's just how it works. Yeah. So I'm kind of losing track of like the thread we were going on here.
Revenge stories like usually ended like, oh, revenge was actually not what you wanted. Which, yeah, that is true. There are a lot of stories that's like, oh, revenge wasn't the thing you wanted. It was just closure. And yeah, I think that they did do I do think that in that case they did put it in a better way.
Yeah.
I see someone said, do you guys believe it deserves all the hate it got? And do you believe Abby deserves all the hate? Do you want to?
I think we're kind of like, I think we are kind of like getting to the end of this. This is like a good one. This is like a good next question. I think that, I don't even know. I hate to like white knight on it,
So
but like I don't know what's wrong with people who hate on this shit so much. Like what is wrong with you?
no, I will 100% white knight on this thing because like
Uh-huh.
if we're talking about the level of hate where like everybody who worked on this game is getting death threats and like harassed constantly, like no, it does not deserve that at all. This is like I don't know why it's so polarizing people to be like, oh yeah, because there was a Jewish character and we saw a synagogue, then I have to send like anti-Semitic stuff to the writer of this thing who is a Jewish man. Like, I think
Okay,
that is such.
I'm kind of unaware of like some of this, so like if I came off like a little too forgiving of it, that's not what I was talking about. That's fucking crazy.
No, I know. Oh yeah, no, like Neil Druckmann's been talking about like we talked about this when the game first came out, when like everyone was kind of putting out. I mean, I'm sure there's still a lot of hate coming out onto it, but like people,
Sure.
they're not as vocal about it now. But when it was all like starting, like if you look at Neil Druckmann's Instagram, he was like, "Hey, by the way, this is what my inbox looks like right now," and it's just all kinds of anti-Semitic stuff, like comics and like words and all that stuff, and it's just like, dude, yeah, and Laura Bailey too. Like it's in because Laura Bailey plays a character
Yeah, she's
who
Abby.
kills the person who, like, yeah, like which also had no idea that was Laura Bailey. I think that's crazy. She did such a good job.
Laura Bailey's one of those voice actresses who is really good at changing her voice, and it's hard for me to spot her. And I think that's really funny because I feel like Ashley Johnson's the exact opposite. I remember being like a few hours
Yeah.
into The Last of Us, the first one, and I was like, I paused the game at midstream, and I'm like, wait, hold on a second. Is that Ashley Johnson, star of the Avengers? And what was the TV show she used to be on? Like,
Wait, is she in Avengers?
She's she was in Avengers. She was in the first Avengers. She plays like a waitress in New York that Captain America saves. She's in it for like 10 seconds maybe. Like she's barely in Avengers. But like I just like to say that it's like an inside joke between me and myself where I'm like Ashley Johnson, star of the Avengers.
She was in Blind Spot as well.
I know she was in Blind
TV
Spot,
show
but
that,
she was like a child star too with like Leo DiCaprio on that one show. Growing Pains.
I clearly do not know her. Was she in Growing Pains? Really?
Yes.
Huh. See, I only know her from Last of Us. So every time I see her in something else, I'm like, wait a second, is that Ellie?
Growing Pains, starring Alan Thicke, Joanna Kerns, Kirk Cameron. Oh my god, I forgot Kirk Cameron was in that show. Holy shit. Tracy Gold, Jeremy Miller, Ashley Johnson, and Leonardo DiCaprio.
Huh.
God, I forgot that Kirk Cameron was in that show. That's fucking crazy. All right, I gotta stop reading about Growing Pains.
But I also feel like going back to Last of Us.
Yeah.
Just for a minute.
Yeah.
I feel like Abby is a very interesting character because you can relate to her and her drive because it's pretty much the same motivation that Joel had, right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Sort of.
Yeah, like in a way, it's similar. It's parallel to the same motivation that Joel had, I guess. But I think I cannot be mad at Abby. I at the whole time I was like the whole time playing the game, I wanted to be upset. I wanted to say like, yeah, I hate Abby. She's the worst. She sucks. But I couldn't. Like,
dude,
I'm gonna
white knight one up you right now so hard. Like, not only did I kind of feel like that, I never even wanted to really fucking hate her, dude. Like, I didn't give a shit. Like, honestly, people like, and don't get me wrong, like, I love Joel, but like, that was like my thing. Like, even after the first one, I was like, I guess I understand why this guy gets a lot of love because he's kind of like gamer's favorite dad. but like he fucking doomed humanity, and like it always kind of bothered me that like, or I mean, I say always, like I just finished the game like not that long ago, but like it did kind of bother me. I was like, dude, this guy also like he's gamer's favorite dad. He also kind of like ruined humanity. So like, I don't know, guys. Like, let's maybe like scale back how much we like Joel right now. So like the fact that Abby comes in and like kills Joel, and I'm just like, and also, and here's the other part where I do have to admit, like I did see some spoilers before I played the game, so I did know that like, I think I did. Actually, I don't know if that's one of the things that was spoiled for me. I have a hard time now that I've gotten through the whole thing. I don't remember like what stuff was spoiled for me anymore. But I mean,
see,
the fact that like Abby comes through and like has like her little revenge thing for Joel, I'm like, that's probably pretty understandable. I don't remember if I knew exactly why at the moment, but I was like, I don't know. Like, I think I might have kind of hated her like in the moment, but like, I feel like it was pretty easy for her to like win me over to her side, you know?
I think Abby is a very selfish character. I think that is something that we can all agree on her for the most part. Yes, no?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I
Okay.
think she is selfish, but in a way that's not like she's like selfish, but like not in the kind of like way that people would describe someone who's like selfish as being like because she's selfish, but like super selfish people don't have like a large group of friends, including one pregnant one, that they can convince to like go halfway across the country with them for their own personal thing. Like she may be selfish, but she's at least like personable enough and like a cool enough person, I guess, and like at least has to be like somewhat nice to these other people or like have some kind of like relationship with them that's like transactional, where like she gives enough for her to take this favor from them, you know? So to say she's selfish, like, like she is sort of like want like focused in her goal, and her ultimate goal is selfish, but I don't think that that's like that uncharacteristic, or I don't think it's really she's selfish in a way that it's like, I don't know. I think she's just driven by something that's of course very selfish, and I understand it. You know,
I don't think she's destructively selfish. But like she's selfish in the sense of like she convinced these people that like, yes, we need to go kill Joel, not because to get revenge for my father, but because you guys are mad at her for dooming humanity. But her goal was always to get revenge for her father. Like,
I mean, I think that's just one of those instances. That's just one of those instances where revenge kind of lined up with like, you know, you can like kind of like use other people to get it, I guess. But I mean, I guess it's not really like a justified killing from the sense of like Joel posed no threat for her. Like he wasn't like, hey, I killed your daddy and now I'm going to go kill more people. You know, it's like he was kind of doing what everyone else does, which is just like, you know, doing like unsavory things, but like just to survive, you know, for the most part.
Because let's get this straight. Her dad was an asshole.
Who?
Like Abby's dad, an asshole.
Was he? What did he do? Why was he an asshole?
He was going to kill a girl for the good of humanity, but without her consent. Like Mel was like, okay, let's talk to them. Not Mel. What's her name? The Firefly leader who we.
It was like it was like Tribeca or something. Marlene. It was Marlene.
Marlene, yes, Marlene. Like Marlene was like, okay, let's let Joel know. Let's get everything in order. And he was like, no. What if they say no though? And like, no, we're just gonna do it.
Yeah, I have to side with my chat on this one, dude. Like, I get where like in normal times that would be like bad, but like I feel like the benefit just like so outweighs that it's like, I don't know. I think that the decision the decision weighed on that guy enough for me to like not really judge him. And I feel like he might have felt like, I guess like the most negative light you could put it in is like kind of like a savior complex, But like the most positive light you could put it in is like, yeah, he was willing to bear that burden of like being like an asshole. Like he was willing to be like the Christian Bale in The Dark Knight, where he's like, yeah, I'll be the bad guy if it means like ultimately like the right thing gets done, you know? Like I think that doctor was like totally in the right. Like I don't know, like it sucks, but it's like if you have a chance, if you have a chance to like benefit the rest of humanity like immeasurably, and just because you don't want to like tell the crazy guy who escorted this girl halfway across the country because like you're worried that he might pose a risk, like you're just being smart. Like I don't know, I kind of side with him on that one.
No, okay, but let me bring up this counterpoint.
Okay.
Or this counter argument of like, okay, you are a doctor.
Sure.
Your goal, and you're a doctor pre everything that just went down. You've studied to be a doctor. You are one of the best surgeons left alive because you had all this practice with it. You know the world of doctoring, right?
Sure.
You understand that like the main thing that the oath that you've taken as a doctor is like your patient has to you can't kill your patient. You can't purposely kill someone, right? Like that's the whole thing about doctors.
Sure, yeah.
So if you're gonna if you take that and you're like, okay, yeah, we're gonna take this like whatever procedure is supposed to be taken, and then you're like, oh, ooh, this seems a little hard. Like there might be some hiccups if we wake up the patient and tell her like, hey, the only way that we can like get you to make this cure for you to like be helpful, you have to die in order for that to happen because it's attached to your brain. Like, okay. The point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm spiraling a little bit. The point I'm trying to make.
Can I help you with this?
Yeah,
Can I help you with this point? Do you mind? Okay. So what you're describing, I'm gonna drop some fucking philosophy on it on the stream right now. Okay. I hope you guys appreciate it. Right. Yeah. So what you're kind of describing right now is it's referred to like by different names sometimes, but it's basically the trolley problem, right? And the idea is that there's a trolley headed towards there's a trolley on a set of tracks headed towards like 5 people, and you have like a lever that can put the trolley on another set of tracks that heads it towards 1 person, right? But the thing is, like, if you do nothing, it's going to hit 5 people. And if you move the track, it's going to hit 1, right? So like, if you do nothing, people are going to die. Yeah. And if you do something, people are going to die. But like, is that one person's death sort of like is it that on you? Because you hit the lever, right? So now you're inserting yourself into the equation. And the same thing is said, like another simplification for this is like, if you're a doctor in a hospital, right? And you have a patient who has like a slim chance of surviving, and you have like other patients who have a chance of, who have a greater odds of surviving, but they need things like a liver or a kidney. Can you kill the person who has low chances of surviving, harvest their organs, and save like 5 other people, right? And the idea is like, if you run the calculus on it, you do want to you ought to take the actions that save more people, right? But the reason that we wouldn't expect people to like, move trolleys to like kill other people, or the reason that we wouldn't want our doctors to like harvest the organs of people who are like, on the verge of death, even though they have like, if they have like some % chance of living, right? The reason that we don't want to be so utilitarian about it is because that creates like consequences further down the line where, people are going to be like afraid to go to the hospital because they're like, what if I have like a lower chance of surviving than I really think I do? And I don't want to go to the hospital and like, perhaps like they calculate I have a lower % chance of living than someone in the room next to me, and they fucking kill me and take my organs for that person. So there's like farther consequences down the line, right? But what we're talking about now is not that, right? This is distinctly different from that because we're talking about a very isolated incident where we know what all the external factors are. We know like all the consequences that are going to happen. And we know that the benefit of doing that thing, like it's almost like a perfect set of circumstances where like we know it's closer to the trolley situation than the doctor one, because we know that by moving the lever on that trolley, we can save like not just 5 people, we can save like nearly all of humanity. We can have like extremely like positive effects on the rest of humanity if we move the trolley to kill that one person, right? And so all that doctor was doing was doing his very best to move the lever to hit the one person and to save humanity. And there's not like other external factors, because he's willing to bear the responsibility of that, and he's willing to say like, yes, what I'm suggesting to do is fucked up, and I don't like doing it, but in this situation, the times are literally so desperate that we have to do it, and that's why I'm like, dude, yes, like, and that's why I side with that.
And I agree with that, but I think you're painting it in a different light than it should be, because like I don't think that he's like, oh, okay, I'll take the burden for it. I think he's like, I think he viewed it as, oh, this is the only option. There's no other option but this one option.
And as far as he knows, that's 100% true, though, right?
Right. And my point got away from me for a bit, but like the point I was trying to make was that like he, I think as a person, and especially someone who has a daughter around the same age as this person who you're about to kill, I think it is totally acceptable to be like, hey, listen, you might die. You're going to die if we do this procedure. I just want to like let you know, like maybe not asking permission, but to just be like, I just want to let you know that this is something that's going to happen, instead of being like, okay, yeah, she's unconscious, we're just going to do this. Like,
I think you can. I don't think that would have been a bad decision for him to make, right? I think what we have to measure, or what we have to maybe consider here, is like, what actions would you take because you're trying to be like a nice guy, versus like what actions are you trying to take to ensure that you can get that positive outcome for all of humanity, right? And I think in his mind, like we were talking about comparing like Joel to like Okoye from Black Panther, right? I think that the doctor is more like Okoye, where he's like, dude, like I may want to tell this dad this thing. I may want to be like the nice guy, but like I don't know this guy. I don't know what the fuck he's capable of, except like it must be a lot if he was able to do this, right? So like, you know, like to be more upheld, to do action, to take an action that would do more to uphold my duty. He chose to do that, as opposed to doing like the more like what we would consider like the human thing. And I can't really like, I won't say that like either is like wrong or whatever, right? Like, cause Joel at the end of the game, Joel made his decision that was like completely opposite that. And I don't hate Joel for it. Like I completely understand it. I guess I do kind of think it was like the wrong decision for humanity. But like maybe it was the right decision for him, I guess, you know. I mean, luckily this is like a fictional world and like I'm not affected by it, so I can have these kind of judgments about it.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I guess like if you're thinking of it more in terms of like if like, because it's a video game, we can kind of like take these like sort of like backseat views of it. But like imagine you're just like some like, imagine like you and I are just like some like lawless wasters, you know, in like the wasteland that used to be America, because like this plague ravaged it. And like you and me and everyone we know and all of their families and everyone they know has a chance to get back to like something closer to normal, and like closer to like an easier, like a more beneficial state where we can like kind of like pursue our hopes and dreams and like not worry, like live in fear of like dying all the time or being bitten and turned into zombies, which is like a horrible fate, like one of the most horrible fates you can probably imagine, right? Like we have a chance to get away from that, and that's basically what this doctor is doing everything in his power to try to like do. And like I don't know, like I kind of think he's a hero, dude. Like I kind of disagree.
Okay. I think that the goal of the Fireflies is a very noble one, of trying to bring back civilization, bring back humanity. That's, I mean, Abby says that while they're looking for the Fireflies. Like that's been their goal forever. It doesn't have to necessarily be with a cure. It just has to be, they just want to bring back the world.
Yeah.
And I think that's totally like that's totally a noble goal to strive for.
Right.
I think that what makes, what was his name? Jerry Anderson. I think what makes
No,
Jerry
I think it was Salami Johnny.
right, Salami Johnny. I think what makes Salami Johnny a bad person in my eyes is like he there's no sense of humanity when he decides that. Like when he tells Marlene like cause Marlene's like okay, and I'm kind of like going off of a very foggy memory of the conversation, but like he tells Marlene and Marlene's like, come on, there has to like, I'm not gonna allow this, and he's like, there's no other way. I cannot think of another way to do this, and I'm not gonna do it unless you like I want you to tell me it is okay to do this, and she's like, okay, fine, I guess so. Let me just tell Joel. And he's like, why do you have to tell Joel? And he's like, because he just traveled across the country with this girl. I think he has a right to know that she's about to die. And he's against that. As far as I remember, he was against that. He was against her telling him.
Oh, yeah.
And I think like
I'll go with you on this line because let me like kind of drill down on what we're getting at, right? The idea is that like Joel has a right to know, and Joel maybe even has a right, maybe even to intervene, right? And he kind of like violated Joel's rights, right? And I think I can like acknowledge that,
like,
and I can still think that like maybe this like maybe might sound like a little too like authoritarian or whatever, but like I still think he's like kind of a hero because like yeah, like I think at the end of the day, if you have to like violate like one or two people's rights to like immeasurably impact everyone else on Earth for the better, I think it's again like it's not the regular doctor in a regular hospital harvesting a patient's organs to save 5 other people. It's like it's more perfect conditions where you know there won't be the same kind of like downstream consequences because of your actions. You know that like your actions will be so positive that like they will outweigh any negative. You know what I mean?
I don't agree with that. I don't think that like okay. I feel like if your goal is to bring back humanity, you can't just decide to ignore a human right because it's for the greater good. Because that completely destroys what you're going for.
I think it undermines
like
it might undermine you from like a moral standing, but like I think if you're talking about moral standing, which I think is what you're kind of getting at, like I'll grant you that much, right? Like I'll say like sure, like maybe at the end of the day by him taking that action, he loses like the moral high ground on Joel. Like fine. But like if you're just talking about like material benefit and like what the material effects of the like these people's actions are, like it's no contest, right? Like
right, no, like,
what he's gonna do is like is basically
like,
save humanity. Like I don't think you could like you know like,
see, but and don't get me wrong, I understand that by him doing that, there is a much greater chance of humanity being saved. Because let's be honest here, just because a cure has been made does not mean that you will save everybody.
mm-hmm.
Like there is still a chance of it, you know.
But the thing is, for humanity to be saved, a cure is kind of necessary.
Right. Well, yes. You could go the route of just exterminating all that are infected and like isolating until like I mean Jackson is a perfect okay.
Yeah, but the thing is then you're just one slip up away from the whole zombie apocalypse happening all over again, right? And you can put in place like you can put in place precautions that would be like, okay, well now that we know this disease happens, when people die, we'll burn the bodies instead of like burying them or whatever. Like you can like change society in a certain way, but like all it takes is like one slip up and like you can have like another zombie apocalypse on your hands. Like the cure is, even if it's not maybe the only way, like those other ways, like taking precautions might have like a chance of getting humanity back to some semblance of normal, but a cure is like the definitive way, like the definitive best way, I think the definitive like safest, you know. There's just completely eliminating the possibility of zombies like coming back because you've literally cured that disease.
But you're forgetting. What
am I forgetting?
If we're talking about humanity as a general,
yeah,
there are going to be people who are like, no, I don't want this cure.
Sure.
Those are going to be those are going to be people who are like, who are going to be at risk.
Sure.
And the quote unquote correct thing to do would to be like, okay, cool, you don't want to take this cure, then you can just get the fuck out. But that gets back into the morality of like, you're gonna just exile these people because they don't want this thing. So then you're not saving all of humanity, you're saving specific parts of humanity.
Sure, but the best parts of humanity. Like, I mean that's just what it is, right? Yeah. It's like, yeah, like, I mean, yeah. I don't know what else to say. Like anti-vaxxers are like the fucking worst in our society, and like they would be the worst in that one too. I'm sure. I don't give a shit. Like if there's some section that's like we want to like be at risk of the zombie plague. Well, that's on you, dude. Like that's fine, I guess. Yeah. Like, you know, we'll just do the same sort of thing where we did with Joel and Ellie, where like we had to like kind of like violate their rights in some way, you know, their rights, like quote unquote rights, because like honestly, like we're talking about like a stateless society. Right. It's hard to like even ensure that anyone has any rights at all, you know, to begin with, you know, like at the point of which at which society is in The Last of Us, you're already talking about like a society in which like rights aren't even really something we can guarantee. Like this is something that's like kind of like a notion of just like an old world idea basically at that point, you know?
Yeah. But to say that like humanity is doomed because Joel took away the ability for a cure is just wrong, because
they're doomed to a certain fate. They're doomed to a certain fate. Like they're not necessarily doomed. Like humanity is going. Like there's a possibility of humanity living on. Like I'm not saying like, oh, Joel saved Ellie and like kept the cure out of our hands, and so humanity is now doomed forever. And like when we can never, and like we'll definitely go extinct within 10 years. I'm not saying doomed in that sense, but we are doomed to a certain fate, right? Like humanity is doomed to grapple with the plague because the only known cure and like the only doctor who could have done it, as far as we know, had a chance to do this surgery on this person who's like the only immune person as far as we know, and like so the only opportunity to get out of it, again as far as we know, is gone, you know. And like you can say like, well, we don't know, like technically it could have happened to other people, but like as far as you know, like you're in like the perfect conditions to like I think be able to make that moral judgment where you're like, yeah, like I'm sorry, but like there's too much riding on this, we gotta fucking cut this girl's head off. And like
see, but like
I don't know,
but I think and we briefly talked about this earlier before stream, how like we were at that tipping, like I think that it was at that tipping point when Ellie got to the doctors, where it's like either we make a cure and things can revert back to some semblance of normalcy, or it tips over and we get to where we're at with Last of Us 2, where there are outposts of people who are like, yeah, they're surviving still, but they're also like, you know, they are thriving in a sense. Like there are a lot of people living comfortably. And like
yes and no. Yes and no. Hang on. I wanna address something from chat. Like just like, can you like pin your thought? Like don't forget it, because I want to get to it, right? But like so Cal says like, honestly, based on COVID-19, how people are acting during it, I'd rather y'all motherfuckers just die. True, right? One. But two, also like I think humanity has a tendency, and this is like part of just like our lizard brains and the way we evolved, right? Where things that are happening like in the immediate now, we have I think like you know in this fictional world where like the zombie apocalypse is happening, I don't think you'd have the same kind of backlash that you have to like COVID-19 stuff, where like people have a hard time taking COVID-19 seriously because people aren't literally turning into zombies in front of them, you know. But I think if people were turning into zombies in front of you, it would just be like so undeniable at that point, you know, that like, okay, like I guess I have to do it. Like for COVID-19 right now, like people like I hate to give the argument or even put it out into the ether, but like the number of people who have died is like, it's so small. I mean, and it's significant, right? It is significant. Like I don't want to downplay that at all, but it's like, it's so small that like you can be a person, especially you could be like a young person, and you could just be like, shit, I guess it's not real because I don't know anyone who's died of it. But like in this other world, it's like, no, everyone has seen a zombie, you know? I don't know. I think humans are stupid and deserve to die.
Yeah.
Very nihilistic. Can't argue. Point well made.
So, okay. But
keep talking. I'm gonna put my,
like, yeah,
I'm gonna keep my
agree.
headphones on. I need to turn my light on, but keep talking. I've got my headphones on.
Okay. Like, I agree. it would be it's very easy to say like, okay, yeah, people who don't want like the cure, just let them die, whatever. But I'm talking from like a moral standpoint that they're like the these are the many outweigh the few, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're like, okay, cool, we killed this little girl to make a cure to help everybody, but there are people who are still like, no, I don't trust that. And you're like, okay, cool, then you're just gonna die, and I don't care about you. Like, then what's the point in saving humanity if you don't want to like save all of humanity?
Because that would likely be like a small percentage anyways. And so I don't think you can say like, well, it's not all of humanity because it's not literally 100%. Like if it's like 90% of humanity, I think I think that's like a low ball estimation, right? I think like if zombies were literally walking around and the plague was like that undeniable, I think like 90% of humanity is like a pretty safe number to say like, yeah, at least 90% would probably want that cure. And to say like, yeah, I want to save all of humanity. And someone was like, well, don't you really just mean 90%? It's like, yeah, but fuck off. Like that's all of humanity. It might as well be. It's 90%. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's, do you see what I'm saying?
The yeah, and to answer Raider Cal's answer, the the reasoning behind that was that the quote unquote cure that they were going to extract was wrapped around her brain. It wasn't like her spinal fluid. It was specifically like a fungus growing on her brain. So really, what it was
Also,
is
also
infected.
game devs don't
It's
know
just that
fucking
it's
shit about medicine, and so it's true. It's just a plot device. Don't worry about it. Don't think too deeply about that shit.
also like no, but like but in a lore standpoint, Ellie was technically infected. It's just that the fungus mutated in a way that caused her to be immune.
True.
So like yeah, like we could have they could have just made it like, oh yeah, it's just I mean technically if it was a I mean okay, technically a cure would not fix a zombie fungus like that.
Probably not.
Like it would it like no like it can't like it's an
Uh-huh.
infection, it's not a virus. You are
Okay.
infected with something, you'd have to remove that infection. You can't just like it's like a tapeworm. You can't like give someone a shot to fix a tapeworm.
Yeah, you have to
Like you
remove
have
the
to
tapeworm.
remove the tapeworm, right?
Yeah, right. Gotcha. Yeah,
So
but you
technically,
could create a vaccine
theoretically,
though,
this cure. I
right?
don't know, but
Like
and then
because you
yeah, and
could. The thing is, it's you're
going on to
right.
like
Like
the
once people are infected, yeah, you probably couldn't cure it, right? But you probably could make a vaccine that would like stop the fungus from being able to do it, right?
spread, yeah,
I don't know.
that is
Seems
true.
stupid to me. I mean, it is
Um,
kind of stupid. You don't have to take
yeah, no,
much
I
as
mean
well.
it's a video game. Like
Yeah,
it's gonna be
it's a video game. Deal with it, dog. It's what it is. It's about the
going back to
story.
like the going back to like the who cares. No, I was gonna say going back to like who cares. We're all gonna die anyway. Like
Uh,
who cares if they're like yeah. We may not be able to get rid of all the zombies, but we will eventually die anyway. Like just like the dinosaurs, like they went extinct. Humans will eventually go extinct. We're just fighting off the inevitable. A
true.
fungus, and like this is we're fighting off nature itself in that case because this fungus, uh, it evolved into a thing that can infect humans. It went from something that cannot infect humans or kill humans into something that can, and that's just the new thing that's going to take over the world. That's the new dinosaur. That's the new human.
I mean, maybe, right? The thing is, it's like, I mean, it probably will, I guess. But the other thing that you have to think about is like you can say like you can say like, well, it's inevitable, but I mean, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of nihilistic, and also you can always say like, sure,
Yeah.
it is inevitable at some point that like our star will collapse and Earth as we know it will cease to be like, inhabitable by life. But in the meantime, like
Mm-hmm.
we do a fair bit of stuff right now to like improve the state of our lives, right? Like people don't like
Yeah.
people don't like Doctors Without Borders doesn't exist because like they're all trying to be billionaires. Like Doctors Without Borders exists because like
Right.
there's like a certain number of people who like generally want to like do good and improve the state of humanity overall. And that's basically like
Right.
what like we're talking about here, right? We're talking about like, yeah, sure.
And
At some point it will be inevitable, but like as long as we have like a fighting chance to like motherfuckers can't even stop being racist. But like as long as we have like a fighting chance to like improve from where we are to like a better state, we should like strive for it, I think is like the idea. But at least behind what's his name?
yeah,
Salami Jerry or whatever Abby's dad's name was.
I no, I don't agree with him because he like his logic on it is extremely flawed, and if that's someone who we're following into it, then I don't want that to be the person who decides.
But he's
like,
not.
okay, yeah,
He's not like a leader. He's not a figurehead. Like, he's one person making one decision that could be like the turning point for humanity.
Right. Well, no, but he's the leader. He's the leader of making the cure. He's the only one who can make the cure.
Right.
He was the lead on that. So like his decisions on like how to make the cure, like that is, if humanity rests on there being a cure, then he's the leader of humanity at that point.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
I mean, we have people who are in positions of authority who have like on their own individually no power to do certain things, right? But like we still would like recognize that they have like a certain amount of leadership. Like no president can single-handedly like go fight a war, but like he has an army, right? And like that's what makes him like the leader, right? But Jerry is just like a really valuable army man, you know, and there are like other authority figures that we would trust beyond him. But like he has this decision in this one moment that he's going to make because he has a job to do and he's going to like make a moral decision on it. I don't know.
I'm going to look up the clip real quick of Jerry talking to
put it in
Melanie.
chat. Put it in
That's
chat.
his name, right?
Put it in chat real quick for me.
Okay.
I need to close all these stupid fucking tabs. I've got like
I've
still got all our D&D shit open.
Okay. On the scene. I'm gonna link it.
All right.
Because like maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Maybe he is the hero that you wanted to be. You know what? I was talking to my girlfriend about that, and I was saying like if I was in that situation, I'd be like, hey, can we get another doctor's opinion on this, just to be 100% sure that like there's nothing else that can be done.
Right. I mean, shit seems contrived. We're not talking about how contrived or not contrived it is, Doc. It probably is. Can you link it again in chat? My thing was frozen.
Yeah. I guess.
Thanks, bud.
I mean, I could just send it to you on Discord.
Oh yeah, I mean you could have just done that, but I don't know. This way, like everyone can like watch it.
Move the specimen without destroying the host.
Okay. Let me unmute your stream so I can hear it.
You think I don't? I'm aware of the situation.
And you're okay with killing her?
No, I'm okay with developing a vaccine that'll help save millions of lives. How many fireflies have died for less?
That was their choice. Are you asking me? Or are you telling me this is how it's gonna be?
I am begging you to buy in.
And what if this was Abby?
Everything that we've been fighting for, all the sacrifices, all of the horrific, all of that is justified with this one act.
If this was your daughter, what would you do?
Abby.
I'll buy you some dinner.
Thank you, sweetheart. Look, Marlene.
Do it.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go tell Joel.
Why?
He traveled across the country with her. He has a right to know. Good luck with your surgery.
You're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
If it was me, I'd want you to do the surgery.
Yeah. I don't. That doesn't really like change too much. I think about like what we were talking about.
So, okay. Yeah. So what my point is that like why I think that he's an ass is because yeah, I was thinking like one okay, like agreeing with Raider there. Like one, Abby being like, if it was me, you could do it. I like yeah, you could like she has the choice. He's taken the choice away from Ellie.
Yeah, because giving her a choice could potentially is a potential roadblock.
But like, if you're so okay with being the bad guy on it, like, give her the choice. Give her a false sense of choice. Like, yeah, she can say like, yeah, no, I agree with that. I like, I don't think Abby has any place to talk with like, oh, you could do it to me. Like, no, you're not the one in this position. You're not the 12-year-old girl, 13-year-old girl laying down on a surgery table, getting ready to have her brain cut open because your daddy can't say that if it was his own daughter, he wouldn't do the same thing. Because that's what he's getting at, is if it was Abby, he wouldn't do the same thing because he has attachment to her.
Sure.
If it was someone who he knew, he wouldn't be able to do it. But it's because it's a random person who he has no attachment to, he can separate the fact that she is a child, a little girl, and do the surgery. Like,
I think you're making like an interesting point about like maybe Jerry's moral standing, but I just don't think like I
don't think you can call him a hero. Is my point.
Fine, but I don't care. Like, it's still the better action to take, right? like you can say like, okay, well, he's only doing it because it's not his daughter, and it's like my response is like, well, I guess we're lucky it's not his daughter then. Like, you know, like, because it still has to happen. Like it's still just like I don't know, like just like have like getting it like pretend, even if it's not even sure, like even if it's not like a sure thing, it's like, no, dude, like you got to try to get that vaccine, yo, like that shit could save all of humanity.
And I agree.
Yeah, like you gotta try.
I agree.
Uh-huh.
But the thing that I'm coming up to is like, it's just like, if you take away someone's ability to choose, like, what are you? What's after that? If you have taken away for someone to be like, oh, you know what, I don't want to die, then like you're like, oh well, too bad. You don't have a choice. I'm gonna do it anyway. Then like, what humanity is left to save? Like that's what human like
all
yes,
of humanity that wasn't
at that
involved
point
in
you
that
don't
decision.
Have, I'm saying that like you.
Like you as if you're saying like, oh, you as a person, like maybe you've lost your humanity and maybe like that sucks for you. It's like, yeah, it definitely does. But like, let's just think like materially about the effects that we're talking about here, right? We're talking about like Jerry maybe losing his humanity. We're talking about Ellie like losing her life. Both of those things suck, right? But like millions, if not billions of other people potentially getting to like get back to like a much better state of humanity where they can like save their own loved ones, where they can, you know, raise kids in like a place that's not a hellish doomscape. I just don't think that they're saying, I just don't think there's a calculus to make. you know? Like,
But what I'm saying is like at that point, all we have left, is we don't have the rights or anything like that anymore.
mhm.
All we have left is our morality. And if you're willing to sacrifice your morality to cure a disease, then like where does it stop?
I don't think it matters. Like
That's my question.
Like I don't think it matters. Like you're saying like you're saying like what if you're willing to sacrifice your morality to cure this disease? It's like, yeah, dude, you should be able to sacrifice like probably like in this situation, in this like dire situation that's like probably the most dire situation you could probably think of. Like I think you should be able to sacrifice not just your morality, you should be able to sacrifice like literally everything. And like your morality is like the least you could do, right? Like I don't know, like so what, I guess that's my thing at the end of the day. It's just like, yeah, okay, Jerry loses his morality, the rest of humanity gets like a shot at like a much better life. Cool, I'm cool with that.
But I'm not even just
like,
I'm not even just talking about Jerry though, because like by him doing that, like I really don't want to get political.
Go
but, like,
I don't give a fuck. What is this, some like
it's very difficult
stream?
not to.
What
Okay.
This ain't some family friendly stream. Like,
It's at the point of like, yeah, I don't know.
what are you gonna like?
I don't know what Twitch likes or doesn't.
What are you gonna
like?
like alienate my Republican audience? I don't give a fuck. Like,
Yeah. Okay. My point is that like, it's like once you've made that cure, once you've made that cure, everyone who takes that cure was built off of the theft of someone's choice.
okay.
So it's like
What does that materially?
What
does that materially have to do with like the effect that cure is going to have on people?
Materially nothing, but like
Right.
I'm thinking like you're viewing it as like a hero, and that makes me think about like
I don't care. Like I don't give a shit if he's a hero or not though. I'm just saying it's the right choice. Like I'm not like I don't, okay. If that's what's like tripping you up here, like I'll reel that back in. I won't say Jerry's a hero. I'll just say like that's the right choice to make. You know? Like that's just,
yeah.
I don't know, like fine, we don't have to call him a hero, but like that's definitely like at least in the vein of heroism. It's like definitely the right choice. It's definitely like saving saving more of humanity than it is doing harm. He may not he may not have like the right to like make that decision, but like again, like I don't know, Raider Cal, if you came in like after we were talking about this, but like we're talking about like the world of The Last of Us, like there's no state to secure any of your rights. Like, so I don't know what you mean by like the right to make a decision. Like
But it's not just like your state right. It's also like the moral right. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's like it's not just about like the.
That's just according to like your own morality though. Like other people have like plenty of different definitions of morality.
Right. No, I know. And at the end of the day, all I can argue about is my own morality.
Sure.
I cannot say that I'm right or wrong. I'm just saying that like the point that I'm trying to get across is that like yes, I agree. That is the decision to be made, is that this sacrifice has to be made. I'm just saying that it's not his sacrifice to make, and the way that he words it, it makes it seem like, oh, I'm the one who has to have this weight on me. Like, no, bitch, you're gonna, at the end of the day, you're gonna be able to go home to your kid and be like, hey, guess what? I made a cure. You didn't kill, like, you get to think like, okay, I killed this one person to save everyone else, but like, it's not his decision to make, is my point.
It's literally only his decision to make because he's the only one who can do it. Also, hang on, I have to respond to this in chat. If the state is the arbiter of my rights, then we have a bigger problem. Like whether or not the state is like the arbiter of your rights is like secondary or like possibly even like tertiary, right? Like the fact that like you have rights, like we can like go on this whole other thing about like where rights come from and whatever, like if you want to talk about how like, oh, I don't think rights actually come from the state, I think they come from like something else, we can talk about that. But like you, at the end of the day, like it doesn't matter if like the state like determined what they are, because the state's the only one who's going to uphold them, if anyone does. So it doesn't matter. Like I don't know.
It
Like
also,
there's no like I don't know, dude. Like no one else is gonna like unless you want to like live in some Mad Max world where we all have to like go fucking pack in everywhere we go, and like you have to like literally uphold your rights. Like then you don't even really have a right because like that's like something you have to defend constantly. Like the state is the only reason that like you can say like, oh well, they shouldn't arbitrate it, but like maybe I don't know. Like I don't think the state is always like perfect in like their arbitration of rights, certainly, but yeah, maybe. But like I think like the state's literally the only thing that can like preserve your rights for you or like protect them for you. No one else is going to. No company's going to do it. Like I don't know. There's just no incentive structure. There's no incentive structure in place for any other like group or organization to do that. I'm sorry, go ahead, dude.
But the idea of rights comes from a man-made thing. Like we put those things in place. So yeah, I agree. Like the legal ramifications of rights is always gonna stop and end with the state. After that, like it's just it doesn't matter anymore. But like but the idea of rights is just respect. It comes down to like treating people as equals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you don't add any legal stuff to it, it just comes down to into morality of like, hey, I'm a person, you're a person. We should treat each other as people, as equals, and not feel like my opinion, my whatever is greater than yours because of my social standing or anything like that. Like at the end of the day, we're all people, and morally we should uphold that, right? Or at least in my opinion, I feel like we should. That makes sense what I'm saying? Or did I lose my point again?
Maybe I mean I can sign on to what you're saying, I think, because I think it's just like, yeah, we should like my opinion's no better than your opinion just based on like my social standing. Like sure, but like maybe my opinion's better than your opinion just based on like the merits of that opinion. You know what I mean? I think that's definitely, and I don't mean like just I don't just mean you and me. I mean like in general, like in the grand scheme of things. Like there are people who hold like bigoted opinions who I would say I have better opinions than. It's not because like I was born into nobility. Right. It's because it's a better opinion. It leads to better outcomes for society. And like along that vein, like that's really like what we're aiming for here is like a better outcome for society. That's why like I think Jerry's justified in doing what he's doing.
And now I think that the better outcome for society is building a society that isn't, that the foundation isn't someone taking someone's choice away from.
But how does that like lead me through like I love where this conversation has gone, by the way. But like lead me through like the A to B, like not like the A to Z. Give me like the A, like what's the next step of like okay, this doctor decides like I'm not going to tell Joel that I'm going to kill Ellie. I'm not even going to ask Ellie if I can kill Ellie. I'm going to kill Ellie simply because like I think that's the best way to get a cure. How does that then translate to like now we live in a society where like because it sounds like, and tell me if like I'm mischaracterizing what you're saying, right? But it sounds like what you're saying is if we allow this doctor now, like we'll never get back to a normal that we had before. It sounds like what you're saying is we have now a danger of getting to a point of being in that hospital that I was talking about like minutes ago, right? Where it's like, yeah, I can harvest this one person's organs. I can kill them and harvest their organs, you know, to save 5 other people, right? It sounds like what you're saying is like that Jerry's decision here would put us on a slippery slope to that. And I don't think that like, you know, Jerry's decision is going to go down in like the textbooks as like, this is Jerry's morality and this is what all doctors need to know because here's what he did to save humanity. I don't see that happening. I don't see how that happens, you know? So I just don't see like the material effect of it. I think like you can say like spiritually it harms his spirit. And like, I can't like argue with that, but I don't really care, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not trying to like belittle like what you're saying here, but I just think that like, I don't know. I just think the effects, I don't think that there's a way for you to describe the effects of Jerry in a way that's so negative that it offsets what he does that's positive.
What I'm saying is that like, let's say he's able to successfully make the cure.
Sure.
They're able to successfully distribute it amongst America because we came out at this point, at least North America, at this point we cannot go further than that because like everything we've established is completely gone, right?
I mean, yes and no, but the thing is, it's
so
like
it's
you
distributed.
have to, if you have to like envision, like if you have to envision a future where like humanity does get back to like the closest thing we can get back to normal after going through a zombie apocalypse, like what I'm saying is like there has to be a step in there where we come up with a vaccine. Like there are other steps, yes, where it could fail.
Also,
but, like just because there's like a chance of failure, I don't think that that means that you shouldn't, or that you don't have to do the first step, right?
I don't see. I think we could get to like if the goal was to get back to where we are now, I think that the vaccine is not the only route to that. I think the other route to that is continuing to build large settlements like Jackson, going around and systematically like taking care of whatever infected poses an immediate threat. Like
yeah, but
like,
the thing
okay.
is, you can never really eliminate it, or like at least as far as you know, you can never really eliminate it because there's no point. Because it's not like there have been zombies around forever and that we've always kept in check, and then all of a sudden we stopped being able to keep them in check, right? So this disease was able to like manifest from basically nowhere, right? From basically whatever. So even if you kill every zombie, that doesn't mean you've cured the disease. Right.
Well, okay. So, and
you still need that extra safety step where you where you like can vaccinate people to prevent them anymore.
We also won't be able. Okay. Vaccinating would stop the spread, yes, but there would still be those infected, sure. And as we've learned, those infected can live for a pretty long time. Like,
sure,
they can stay around for a while, and there are a ton of underground colonies that we've seen, like in the subway system, how it was just overrun with infected.
Yeah.
Like, even if you cure people so they cannot get infected, your life is still at risk until you kill all of those infected people.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like for like the optimal for humanity to return to like what we can maybe consider like optimal conditions. Let's say it's like an 8-step plan, right? And I'm saying like Jerry killing Ellie to get the cure is like step 1. And like, that's no guarantee that the other steps are going to succeed, right. But like every step has to succeed. And like, you can't do like 2 through 8 without getting step 1 to actually get like the desired outcome. That's what I'm saying.
So, okay. So, and the point that I was trying to get to with that, like, let's yes, the vaccine's created and we've done all the other 8 steps. We're now back at where we are. And people are just in schools reading through textbooks about everything that happened, about Jerry making the cure. But what I'm thinking is that, like, they're not going to want to write in the textbooks, like, oh, yeah, a little girl died against her will to save everyone else. Like, that's not how it would be written, because that's not how textbooks are written now. Like, it's always written in a way that makes it seem like whoever helped to quote unquote save like the people or progress people were the they were the heroes. They were like amazing people.
Not true.
Like,
no, not true already. And here's where I'll disagree, right? Because the thing is, it's like you can talk about like experiments that were done like that were like less than savory, that, you know, like were pretty like done by pretty fucked up people on people who needed like serious help or whatever, that like we still learned like maybe valuable like medical information from, that like we can use that medical information while still acknowledging that like it was fucked up the way that it was acquired or whatever. And I think like I'd be okay with like moving forward. Like, I think I'd be okay with moving forward in a world where like the textbook says like, here's Jerry's cure and here's how it was gotten. And so like in medical school, in medicine class, we can learn about like, okay, so we had to separate the cordyceps here, and that's how we created the vaccine, and yada, 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 all the medical speak for it. And then, like, after that, you know, after second period, we can go to our third period class where we learn about philosophy. And in philosophy, we can, like, do this kind of debate that you or I have right now, where they talk about, like, was it right for Jerry to do it? I don't know. Maybe he's not the saint that, like, some people think he is, you know? And, like, I'm okay with that future. That's cool. And we don't have to think of Jerry as, like, a hero.
What I'm saying is that, like, what I'm seeing is a
no, not like Dr.
kind of
dude, just seeing. Because god damn it, Cal, fucking Christ, you're making it sound like I'm signing off on it as if it was okay. Like, I'm not saying it was okay, but I'm saying like other, like, good god. No, I'm agreeing with you.
No, see, but that's
I can't
that's
tell
exactly
if I can't tell if he's being ironic.
That's the point I was
not.
actually gonna
Because the thing is, it's like
That's the point
look,
that I was
it's
gonna get.
fucked up. Like you can look at it, and you can say like, dude, that's fucked up. But like, do we need to like? But like, should we like let that like should we repeat that experiment with like white people just to like make sure it's good, or should we just be like, no, this study was actually done in like a sound enough way, like it was fucked up, like all the bigotry is still present, we can condemn that and we should condemn it, but like it's like we can still glean the medical information from it, I guess, you know what I mean?
But that's what I was trying to. That's the point I was trying to get to. Is that like that our history, but like going through elementary school history, I was taught that like, okay, yeah, the founding fathers were amazing people. The British were evil. We got rid of them, and now everyone lives happily ever after. They don't talk about like any of the. They don't talk about all the slaves that they had. They don't talk about like all the other people who they were like, oh yeah, you're gonna do this for me because I told you you're gonna do it. Like they don't talk about that. And now we're at a point where people are like realizing, oh, wait a second, all of these people who we've built this country on are like not good people.
Sure.
They like they're like they're like we're learning like, oh, our textbooks were hiding stuff from us. They were taking away that knowledge from us. They were taking away the fact that they were not destroying basic human rights, but they were ignoring
Violating them,
people's
yeah, sure.
basic human rights.
Yeah, violating people's rights. Yeah, sure.
Violating people's basic human rights by keeping slaves.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he's doing. And I think that I see that as being like, okay, well, if that's what the Fireflies are going to do, if they're like, oh yeah, well, it doesn't matter because it's a means to an end. Like if that's the mentality, then like there's going to be a lot of, yeah, in the end, it'll be great. Everyone will be able to like live in a society where they can have whatever, not have to live with cordyceps zombies attacking them.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm thinking about the short term of getting to that point. Like that's just a really shitty place to live.
I don't
to
think
live
it
in a
is.
world where like
I don't think
okay,
it is. I don't think that is. I don't think to live in a world where you think of Jerry Salami or whatever his name was. I don't think like living in a world where you think of Jerry Salami as a hero and a saint who never violated anyone's rights. I don't think that's a hellish place to live compared to like the alternative of like this weird feudal landscape where people.
No, I'm saying the in between to getting to that point is a hellish place to live. I'm saying the point
it's difficult.
where
Yeah, like it's a difficult thing, right? But it's like this is, I guess, where like the analogies to like real world history maybe falls apart a little bit, right? But like,
yeah,
I like because like for the United States to never like whatever like revolt against the British, like that's not like curing the zombie apocalypse, right? Like I won't pretend like the founding fathers did some amazing shit that like they had to do. You know what I mean? But like in this fictional game, like that's what differentiates like The Last of Us from it, is that it is something that like kind of has to be done. Like Joel, like, or not Joel, Salami Jerry, like he has to make that decision. Like he has to, and he's the only one who can, because he's the only one who's capable of doing it.
But I'm saying that like. Okay.
Wait, hang on, because I think we've hit like kind of a stalemate here, and I want to harass chat a little bit if you don't mind. And I think
real quick.
I think
let me just say
stalemate.
This one last thing.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, you get last word. Go ahead.
Okay. I am saying that I agree. A vaccine had to be made, and for that to happen, Ellie had to die. I'm saying that the way that he decided that is not the correct way to do that. I think the correct way to do it is to wake up your patient, get consent from them, because we know Ellie would have said yes. Mm-hmm. We know that Ellie was like, yes, this gives my immunity meaning. This will put me in history books as like someone who helped save the world. Yes, 100% do this. I'm not saying that would be her goals for it, mm-hmm. but I'm saying that like we know that she would have agreed to it. So I'm saying that him, if he just asked, everything would have been better.
Maybe. Can't argue.
And I think he is an asshole for not asking. That is my point.
Maybe. Yeah, I'll leave that. I won't argue it. It's good. I don't even really disagree. Like, I think that's fine. I think it's a fine take. Perfectly fine, acceptable take. I don't even really need to argue. It's not whatever. Hang on. Jacoby 57, Jacoby J. Last of Us 2 ending equals AIDS. What do you mean by that? How was it bad? I want to fight with chat right now if I can. I love doing this shit.
Oh, I want to do that with you too, if that's okay.
Yeah, stick around, dude. You're good.
I saw that, and I want to hear what he has to say about it too.
Wait, I haven't played it, dude. I'm sorry, dog. Like, I
Really?
should have probably like put a spoiler thing on here, but like, dog, if you're in this,
Did you not put it in the?
I guess I didn't.
Did you not put it in the caption?
Fucking whatever, dude.
I mean, you did put reviewing the story.
Yeah,
of,
reviewing
like
the story of, like, I don't know. There. Some of us are poor. Well, why don't fair enough, dude. Hang on, I want to see if Jacoby actually.
The rest of us.
I want to see if Jacoby actually wants to fight with me about like why he thinks the ending was bad. Because we already kind of talked about it, so I don't want to like rehash it all too much. But like, I think you and I.
Yeah. I mean,
despite what we just like the hour long argument we just had, you and I think agree very strongly about like our feelings on the end of it.
Oh yeah.
Where we both like it a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Great ending, dude.
Oh yeah.
Best possible ending they could have done.
Yeah.
Really drove the point home. Hit the moral of the story.
Perfect game.
Perfect commentary.
Game. No game's ever been.
Perfect commentary on humanity, dude. Honestly, in my opinion, not enough LGBTQ characters, not enough people of color, to be honest.
Not enough. I want to hear more about how Dina's Jewish because I relate to that.
Oh, that's right. I always forget that.
Honestly, I really, really like that they included that in there. Like, it made me really happy. Like, I'm not a super Jewish person, but it's still like, it's nice to see that representation, you know?
Dude, I thought it was really interesting. Yeah, people got so mad about her being gay. It's like, what is this, like fucking 1820? Yeah. Come on, dog. But
also, she's been gay since 2013.
Yeah, didn't they have the DLC for the first game where she kisses her friend or something? Yeah. So I mean, she's been gay for a long time.
Riley, she kissed Riley, and they're like, "We love each other."
I never got
and
to
they
play
both
that.
get bit, and she's like, "We'll die together." Holy shit! It's in the remastered. Yeah, Left Behind. I really like that DLC. That was a fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know.
I believe that made Ellie the first gay protagonist.
That's pretty cool
in gaming history. Yeah.
Second to no, I'm not gonna make a joke. I can't even think of like a good one.
Max from what's that game called?
What?
The time traveling game.
What?
With the pictures and the Polaroids and the hipsters.
Oh, Life is Strange.
Huh?
Life is Strange.
Yeah, that one.
I like that game too.
Voiced by Ashley Birch, who was also in Last of Us. I always called it Left 4 Dead.
Different game entirely, dude.
Or is it Chloe? Is it Max or Chloe? No. Yeah, no, 100%.
I don't remember. All I know is Ashley Birch has been on Critical Role with Ashley Johnson and Laura Bailey, so that's what connects them all. God, that was such a meme. Left Behind, that movie with Kirk Cameron in it.
I'm lost. No, I'm confused.
Yeah, he says Left Behind or whatever, and you were saying like Left 4 Dead, but Left Behind, it reminded me of like the Christian book series that was like adapted into a movie. The first one that had Kirk Cameron in it, and then they had a remake years later that had Nicolas Cage in it. Best Nicolas Cage character in any movie, by the way. Holy fucking shit, you guys. Nicolas Cage playing the role of a man who doesn't give a fuck because he just wants to make a paycheck to be in this stupid Christian movie. Oh my God. Love that man. Okay, but hang on. You were saying earlier that you like seeing the Jewish representation in Last of Us. I thought that was really interesting. I thought it was really cool because it's like that's something that I thought was like a good contrast to have, was that you have these people in The Last of Us who are still kind of like holding on to like, I guess what you would call at that point like old world traditions, and then kind of contrast that with like the new world
exactly
cults and stuff. I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah. Like, I mean, can you think of the last time you saw a Jewish character in something where they didn't like one, a Jewish character who their whole thing wasn't the fact that they were Jewish,
Yeah.
and two, just the last time you saw a Jewish character. Like,
you mean like in a video game or like just in media?
I guess just in media. Like, when was the last time you saw a Jewish character?
Like every other year when they make a movie about the Holocaust.
Yeah.
TB
Okay. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is
TBH,
the first thing that comes
dude.
to mind is it Chapter 2. I know.
Uh-huh.
Dude, or any movie like when the next year when they make another World War II movie.
Yeah. To be honest, like I feel like if you want to complain that like Jewish characters are like overrepresented in like World War II and underrepresented other places, maybe. But I feel like overall, if you're just like looking at media as a conglomerate, I don't want to sound anti-Semitic here because I'm really not, I promise. But like, I feel like Jewish people are represented like pretty well. I don't think maybe not.
Okay.
Maybe not perfectly, right? Like
So,
I won't say that like, oh, Jewish people are represented perfectly in media, and like for you to even complain is bad. Like if you have complaints, whatever, I'll listen to it. Like that's fine. But I feel like I don't know. I feel like Seth Rogen gets a movie like every year, right?
but that's the issue, is that the Jewish representation is usually in a comedic way. Usually
Maybe, yeah.
it's either like, oh yeah, it's a funny Jewish person, or oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it usually like.
I don't think you're wrong about that, but I also don't think that it's like I don't think that it's like I hate to say this too, right? Like I'm totally gonna get canceled.
No, I wouldn't.
But it's like
Jewish people. Okay,
I don't think it's
Let me
like
say
really
this.
done
I
in
don't
like
think-
the worst way either. It's like Joe Rogan's not out there like wearing like the Hasidic getup and like eating like lox on bagels and like making jokes specifically about being a Jew, right? Like he's
Yeah.
like he's comedic, but like he's not like uncool. Like in Pineapple Express, he's like a fun character, and he's not like I don't know. He's not like, it's not that bad. I mean, I wouldn't even say like it's not that bad. I would say I would even go so far as to say it's like not even really. Did I say Joe Rogan? I meant Seth Rogen.
And you did say Joe Rogan. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but you know what? Maybe I was like, I didn't know Joe Rogan was a
I meant Seth Rogen.
Anyway, let me say this.
Jesus Christ, Cal.
I wouldn't say that Jewish people are underrepresented. Represented.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
I would say that there is representation, but typically the representation for Jewish people is like their whole identity is that they are Jewish.
Yeah.
And it's great to educate people on that, because while yes, Jewish people are white passing, they still have a very big stigma in white culture, and it's good to like kind of make it seem like less of a haha, you believe in Torah. I don't know what people make fun of with Jewish people, but like
menorahs, dreidels.
Like,
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
like, I don't really
like,
understand what's
you-
funny about that, but like, sure.
you don't celebrate Christmas. That's so funny. That's hilarious. We're gonna keep making a joke about that. Like, or like, oh, you wear a yarmulke when you go into a temple. Like, whatever. Sure. What I'm saying is that like seeing.
Don't worry. Don't
What I'm
read chat.
saying
Don't
is
read
that,
chat.
like,
Just don't read chat. Just pay attention.
What
Don't
I'm
worry.
saying is that seeing a Jewish character who is not just like their main thing is not being Jewish, and it's just the fact that like yeah, they're a person going through all this like everyone else, and then hey, also this is a part of their history, a part of their culture. Like that's I think that's great. I think that's super.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I think that
I like.
it's
I
nice.
think it's
Yeah,
good.
like
It's good representation. Like and like I don't know. There's nothing really more to say about it. I mean, right? It's just good representation. It's good when people get represented, and they can like share a little bit about their culture and without being like pigeonholed into some stereotype. Yep, on that page with you, bud.
yeah.
Totally.
I think it's nice to like to view people as people because that's really what it all boils down to.
Yeah, good point. Also, that one guy backed down out of that challenge. He didn't say why The Last of Us 2 endings equals AIDS.
I know. I think he probably hopped in and hopped out.
Probably. Oh man. All right, buddy. Do you have anything else you want to talk about The Last of Us 2?
Um,
Which is supposedly
Good game.
which is supposedly what we've been talking about this whole time, despite that like weird tangent. It was great though.
it's a good game. I liked it a lot. I'm going to try to 100% it.
You know what I thought was interesting was that you told me before, I think this was before the stream, you were telling me that like you knew that the sniper was Tommy before we knew it was Tommy. And I don't know if there's like a whole lot we have to say about this other than just like you must be smarter than me. Because like I was just like, oh man, I'm being pinned down by this sniper. And I have this viewer was telling me like, hey dude, there's like a sniper scene in The Last of Us 2, and it's like the sniper part, it's like the sniper area from the last game, but like way more intense and better. And I was like, all right, we'll see. The last one was pretty good. So like when I got to it, I was just like pumped to be in the sniper part. So I think I wasn't like picking up on the cues of like, holy shit, here we go. Like, is this Tommy? You know what I mean? I think I was just like, I'm being held down by a sniper. Cool gameplay time. You know, like that's I think where my brain was. I wasn't thinking about like, oh, who could this be?
I honestly, I didn't think that part was that impressive.
You
like
didn't?
it was just no. I didn't think it was. What difficulty did you play on?
I think I played on Survivor, the hardest one, right?
Oh, okay. I played on moderate because I was like, I want to experience the story, but I want to still have like a bit of a challenge.
I died a fuck ton of times in the game, dude.
Yeah, I think I died once. I died twice in that entire interaction.
I'll also say this, that like, I swear to God, like I died a ton of times in that game, like to almost everybody, but like probably like 80% of my deaths were to the fucking Rat King in the basement of the hospital. That motherfucker.
Dude, there were so many times where
I'd
spawn
Holy
and
shit.
then die and then spawn and then die and then spawn and then die. Like it was, ugh.
I was legitimately getting like mad at the game at that point. Like I was like, okay, come on, you can't like expect me to do this. Like, just let me run away from this little shit. Like, come on, why do I have to like run around and like Dark Souls boss this right now? This is The Last of Us 2. Make it cinematic. Like, why are you doing this to me? Like, I got like legitimately mad.
It was not a very cinematic fight scene at all. Like it was pitch black. I had such a hard time seeing anything the whole time, and like it was only a 2-phase boss, which was really weird too. Like I expected another like type of infected to
pop out,
tear itself out of Mr. Meatball. Yeah, but like it just yeah. Like I think that part to me was the most like. That was the weirdest part because it wasn't in a well-lit area so you could see what was going on, which I get that. You're in the basement of a hospital that's been abandoned for a long time.
That's like
sure.
That's like the whole draw of The Last of Us is how dark the game is.
Oh, but think about it though. When you fought bloaters or boomer, what are they called? Bloaters? Yeah, bloaters. The big bloaters, yeah. The big guys. Yeah. When you fight them, it's always in a well-lit area where you can see that threat in front of you, where you're like, oh shit, that's the guy who's trying to kill me.
Yeah.
I need to not die.
I think honestly, like at that point in the game, I was like so pumped up on adrenaline just from like the little chase scene that happened like right before that, that I was like, I'm not gonna criticize this shit. I just have to do it, you know. But like looking back in retrospect, I might be like, like that wasn't like the best done boss fight or whatever.
Yeah, I agree. I had the same feeling.
Yeah,
it was fun. It was cool. It was unexpected. It was cool to see another type of infected. I think it's like I think that that's something that they could only do in that kind of scene because it's clearly an early infection that's just been sitting and mutating in a pile of guts and fungus.
the only Jewish people I see besides Seth Rogen
That is also
Sarah Silverman or Jerry Seinfeld. I guess that's true. I guess like
that's exactly what.
Yeah, I guess that is what Jacob was saying. I mean, that's a fair point. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying.
Yeah, or like I mean, if you look at South Park, like there's a Jewish character in it, but they make fun of him for being Jewish any chance they get. Which I'm not dogging on South Park for that.
But they kind of I think what they do, and I hate to like stand up and like defend South Park here, but like because I do think that they cross the line or whatever sometimes. But like I think with that, it really is more of them making fun of the person who's making fun of the person who's being Jewish. You know,
yes.
Like you're supposed to like you're supposed to see Carmen making fun of Kyle and be like, wow, this kid's such an asshole. Like, what a fucking weird asshole.
Yeah.
And like, you also kind of like, ScarJo is Jewish. Really? That's interesting. I actually didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Oh, you know what? I did know that because I remember reading something about Jojo Rabbit, and they were like, yeah, she has a special tie to this because she's a Jewish American person.
Paul Rudd, I actually did know is Jewish too.
Paul Rudd, I didn't know. Wait, Daniel Radcliffe is Jewish? What?
I feel like I might have known that. I don't know. I don't remember.
I had no idea.
Maybe he means actually.
Oh, like he's a Jewish Italian.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, really? That's interesting. I didn't know that.
No, he's not. He's not actually. He's not actually Italian. It's just a joke that people have been saying because they're like making fun of J.K. Rowling.
Oh, okay.
Or are you saying specifically Harry Potter is Jewish and not Daniel Radcliffe? Because that's would be pretty funny to me.
Yeah. I think I knew Paul Rudd was Jewish too because he was in that one movie with the other Jewish comedians. It's bad to say. Oh man. But yeah, no, I mean, I guess if we have to like end our little review of The Last of Us, we give it like a rating, right?
Sure.
And this isn't like, I'm not going to post this as like one of those video essays. It's like way too rambling and ridiculous to be that. But like it is, yeah. I think it's like, okay. Actually, we're going to like rewind just like a quick second here. I think that the reason that I maybe wasn't as impressed with The Last of Us, the first game, as I might have been at the time, is because I played The Last of Us after playing the story of Red Dead Redemption 2, which I thought was probably like one of the best, and I still think is probably like maybe the best story I've ever seen in a video game.
See,
that's just me though.
Yeah.
So for me to like look back at The Last of Us and be like, oh, this is a great story. I was like, yeah, but there are other games. Like I just played Red Dead Redemption 2 that also has a really good story. So maybe that like kind of like diminished how good it was in my book, you know?
I was gonna say you experienced other really good storytelling, so it's like
it's hard. It wasn't such an anomaly for me, you know.
Yeah,
I think is like
because you gotta remember like 2013 was like the prime of shoot 'em up games being like what like everyone was releasing them.
Yeah,
that was the
like,
only kind of media
that was like the follow up to Uncharted 3. Pfft, give me a break with that story, am I right, guys?
I actually haven't played any Uncharted games.
Really? I think the fourth one actually has a really good story. And it's really interesting because Uncharted, I liked Uncharted because of how like cinematic it was, you know? Like I think Uncharted 2 was the first one I did, and I was like, fuck yeah, dude, I'm shooting helicopters out of the goddamn sky, motherfucker. Like, and it was just great. You know, it was just like, it was just fun. But like, I wasn't really there for the story. You know, it was like, whatever. Uncharted 3 was like a weird one where like they were trying to do something with the story. Like they were legitimately trying to make it like a good story, but I just don't think it was that good of a story. Here, I'm looking at Uncharted games right now. And that was 2011. And then 2 years later, they came out with The Last of Us. So I think to follow up Uncharted 3 with The Last of Us, which did have like a good story, and like even though I was just saying like how I was like maybe a little bit not as impressed as other people, I still think like The Last of Us was a good story, obviously. I think it was a great story. But I think, yeah, especially following up Uncharted 3, which like Drake's Deception, it's like, who gives a fuck? That game wasn't that good.
Yeah.
And then Uncharted 4, that was a legitimately good story, guys. We might play that one later on stream. I liked that one.
I watched a playthrough of Uncharted 4 because I'm like, okay, yeah, this seems interesting.
Mm-hmm. I liked the Uncharted 4 story. It was fun. Like it was like it's not as serious as it was not as serious as Uncharted 3, or I'm sorry, it wasn't as serious as The Last of Us, you know, obviously, but like in that sort of like Indiana Jones sort of way where it's like it's kind of like it's high octane adventure, but like there's still like drama in it, and it's still pretty good. I liked Uncharted 4.
Yeah, like I appreciate Uncharted for what it has in the gaming universe of like, yeah, this is the impact it's had. Totally great. I think Last of Us is a better story than Uncharted.
Oh yeah, duh. Uncharted's just bananas because like you fall out of airplanes with no parachute and have to like
Uncharted is Indiana Jones but for video games.
Yeah, it's just like balls to the wall action. It's great. But yeah, no, Last of Us 2, high ranking, definitely the best game I've played this year.
Yeah. Let's see, what games have I played this year? Animal Crossing.
Worst game I played this year is obviously League of Legends. Am I right, guys?
like I'm trying to think of games that came out this year that I played. Borderlands 3 came out last year though. Came out this year. Yeah, I think Last of Us 2 is one of the best games I've played this year, and I think that it will probably be the it'll probably be the best game I'll play for the rest of the year. I think. I think it was a very fun game. I think it was a good. I think it used a lot of really good storytelling devices. I think it had a really good, interesting story.
Okay,
Jacob,
Jacob,
locked in, and there was like
Jacob, you must be out of your goddamn mind or not have played Paper Mario: The Origami King yet. All right, if you think The Last of Us 2 is that good.
You're right. I did not play Paper Mario.
All right, well then I don't want to fucking hear it, buddy.
Controversial opinion, actually. I'm not a huge Mario fan because I'm terrible at platformers.
Really? I think Paper Mario actually isn't a platformer. I think it's more of an RPG.
That is true. The Paper Mario is usually, but there's still a platforming element in them, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, I think there is, but I just think it's not like as intense. Yeah, Cyberpunk does come out this year. I think September or maybe October.
Cyberpunk is going to be an interesting one. I've gotten on and fallen off the hype train for that one a couple of times.
Cyberpunk?
Just because like they keep pushing it back, you know?
I don't know if I'll ever get on that until it comes out, honestly. Like I've never Robo Keanu Reeves, enough said. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just like I haven't seen enough about it to get myself like super fucking horny for it. But
see, like, and I expected them to push it back, but then when the release date was like coming up and they're like, we're gonna push it back again, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna wait until like the game comes out, and then I'll be excited for it. But until then, like, we'll see.
Yeah.
I think okay. I think Cyberpunk's gonna be way different because it's not so much storytelling as it is RPG. Like Last of Us it's a story, and that's something I was gonna ask you.
Yeah.
A complaint that I've seen a lot is people were saying that there were too many cutscenes.
Mm-hmm.
What do you feel about that? Do you feel like there were too many? Do you feel like it was jarring to go from cutscene to action, or to go from action to cutscene?
Here's what I have to say to those people who would say something like that.
Wrong.
False.
Yeah.
Wrong. Incorrect. That's not true. I mean, like, it's like, if you don't want cutscenes, go play Fortnite. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's like, I remember, like, I remember having friends. I remember I had a friend who got a PS2 in high school, and this was a big deal for him because he had never really had, like his parents just never bought him video games growing up. And so he, like, saved up his own money and got, like, a used PS2, right? You got to tell a story somehow. Yeah, for sure. Don't act like you don't want to hear this story, motherfucker. But like, so, right? so he saves up his money. He gets this PS2. He's all hyped up about this shit. And he's like, dude, I gotta get like the PS2 games that everyone's fucking going ape shit for. I'm gonna get like Metal Gear Solid or something, right? And then he's like complaining to me about Metal Gear Solid. He's like, there's so many cutscenes. I'm like, bitch, that's what that fucking game is, yo. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, like, that's what Kojima wants to do. He wants to show you all of his cutscenes. You're gonna sit there and you're gonna love it.
Was talking about cutscenes. Sorry, Andy, my bad.
Wait, I thought you were. What did you think he was talking about?
He says you got to tell a story somehow. I thought he was talking shit about me. How I was like inserting my own personal story. I don't know. That's why talking with chat doesn't work all the time. But no, we cool. We love each other, even though we talk.
Don't talk about Life is Strange. Yeah.
God, don't. Yeah, for real, dude. I mean, it's like yeah, you just didn't get it, I guess. And I mean, it's fine not to like those kinds of. I think it's fine not to like those kinds of games, but it's weird to criticize it for being like there were too many. It would have been good had it not been for these cutscenes. It's like, dog, like if you don't want to like play a game with like a lot of cutscenes, like there's other games that are like third-person shooters. Go do one of those.
Also, also don't be like go play Gears of War.
Go play Far Cry.
Like that's literally.
Go play like Just Cause.
Far Cry is not third person. But
Just Cause is third person, I think.
Just Cause is, yes.
Yeah.
But like it's, I think cutscenes, to me, okay. One of the other complaints I saw was like, yeah, there's way more cutscenes in this game than there were in Last of Us 1. Mm-hmm. Like, I really didn't, it's like twice as long as Last of Us 1 was. And 2, like if you already knew there were cutscenes in Last of Us 1, why would you not think there'd be cutscenes in Last of Us 2?
Yeah. Also, if anything, The Last of Us 1's lack of cutscenes, or it probably could have used like a little bit more story. I feel like there were a lot of things in The Last of Us where it's like, I mean, and I get this was like the whole game. This is one of my complaints about The Last of Us that like you guys can all roll your eyes at, and I think that's fair if you want to. But like, for me, like I was playing like The Last of Us, and they're like, okay, we need to get from this building over to that bridge that we can see in the distance. And I was like, can't we just get there? Like, can't we just get to the exciting part? Why do we have to like walk? You know, like that's not a game.
Because the walking is exciting.
They did fill and like to kind of like prove myself wrong, like in the same fucking breath. They did fill the walking stuff with like a lot of good like actual story content, right? Like there's like conversations that happen while you're walking there. That was really good. But like, I guess it was just me, like in the immediate moment, I was like, I have to fucking walk somewhere. Like, why am I doing that in a video game? Shut up. Get me to the action. You know, I think in-engine convos where you can still move around can sort of quell those people's dislike of cutscenes. Yeah. And I think that's one of the, like the biggest strengths of, like The Last of Us, and like Uncharted is that there's a lot of like inter-character dialogue that happens while you guys are just walking around on the street or whatever, you know?
And like, I think that's fun, but I love cutscenes. I love a good cutscene. It doesn't have to be like a huge cinematic scene either. Like, I just want to, I enjoy seeing people sitting and talking and exploring their characters further. Like, if
depends on the cutscene for me.
If you give like I mean, yeah, but this goes into D&D with me.
Yeah.
I would much rather have a session where we're just role playing and talking and exploring characters. Like, if it was okay, if a session was just talking and there was no fighting at all, I would be so happy with that. I'd be
Fuck.
totally okay.
You're
with
gonna
that.
make me put up the D&D banner again, right? um, yeah, Doom 2016. No, I actually didn't play Doom 2016. Interesting point, though.
I have it on the Switch. I have not played it.
But yeah, no. Oh god, you're gonna make me talk about D&D. But yeah, like you guys, you're literally talking about our session today. Like we never fought anyone today, or you guys never fought anyone today.
Yeah. And like,
Did you
I
did you
that.
like that? Was it
super
good?
fun. I thought so. I thought it was exciting because we got to like flex our brain muscles a little bit and be like, "Hey, how can we leave this village full of cannibals without like, you know, getting ate?"
Yeah, I
Or
was
being
really.
like suspicious.
I have something I've started doing when I'm DM that like I think I should have started doing earlier is I feel like I'm starting to like give you guys a little bit more sometimes, even if like I feel like I have this like sort of gut reaction where I'm like, but wait, they haven't done enough. I can't give them this little story nugget yet, you know? Like like I kind of like I've gotten to this point where I'm like, yeah, just shut up and just give it to him. Like so today we're you guys go to that little Furbolg village, and like unbeknownst to you guys, they're cannibals and they gonna eat you, but like I'm like, okay, go away and we'll talk for a little bit, and then immediately all like fucking three of you guys are like, let's go spy on him, let's see what they're talking about, and I'm like, guys, come on, like that's not whatever. Like I want to make it more dramatic, the reveal. But like I liked how it ended up going, and I feel like it was a good.
Yeah.
This is like I'm sorry. I apologize to my chat, but like you guys don't know what we're talking about because this is like an off-stream game. But like I thought it was really cool today that you guys were like, oh, let's spy on the Furbolg chieftain of this tribe and see what he's talking about, and that like you guys like spy on them, and you literally get to hear like, well, we're gonna eat these guys, right?
Yeah. Like, I think you did a really good job today of like okay, what
Tell
why
Google
is
to
my
shut up.
Google-
I can hear
why is my-
Google in the background.
why it's trying to talk to me. Okay. Um I really liked one when we first came out to these people, it wasn't immediately like, oh, these are like people who you shouldn't really trust. Like it wasn't like it felt like a okay, cool. I really want to trust these people because I'm a Fearbolg and they're a Fearbolg, and I want to like have Fearbolg friends because I don't see many Fearbolgs around. And it's cool to see them, and also like I want them to help us, but at the same time, like I'm like I'm not, my guard's not up.
Yeah, well, hang on, we should make this clear because we are talking on stream. Jacob plays a Furbolg in my campaign, and he's kind of lonely because like I have like a very like human majority world that we play in.
Yeah.
And today they met a tribe of Furbolgs who they're trying to like get to help them with their like main quest right now, who turned out to be cannibals. Little DM magic behind the screen.
But yeah, like it was, I thought it was a really good way of like, because yeah, if we didn't sneak in there, like we could have, it could have very easily been like, okay, yeah, we'll just leave you be. But it was because that like everything seemed so dark and damp that I was like, maybe let's see what they're talking about. I did not expect them. Like, okay, what I was expecting from the eavesdropping was there to be like a, should we trust them? Let's discuss about it. No, we're not going to trust them. Let's go. Or like, yeah, we'll trust them, but let's like kind of make them work for it a little bit. I was not expecting, oh, we are evil and we're bad people and we're going to eat these people. Like that was surprising. I thought you held that to your chest very well.
Yes, I did. See, I was trying to, when you guys were going into the village, I was trying to describe it as like, because everyone has like this like idea of Furbolgs in their mind of like Furbolgs. They're like nature loving hippie race in D&D, and like they commune with nature spirits and they're one with nature, and so like that's why I needed to give you guys a reason to be suspicious of them without making them be like outright like like, okay, you can come to our village that's like adorned with human skulls. You know what I mean? Like I had to do like a little bit, like I had
I
to kind of
think.
walk that line, and I think I did pretty good. I'm pretty
Ooh,
proud of it.
I think you. I think you did a really good job. Because, like, okay, let me tell you my line of thinking with it. I don't want you to give away too much because I know that you'll be mad at yourself if you do.
Yeah.
My line of thinking was like, okay, there's infertile soil. There's no greens around here. Like there's a lot of hunting stuff. Like there's a lot of totems with these beasts on it. Like clearly, these Fearbolgs have angered the nature spirits in some way. Clearly, that they're upset with them. They've done something. I want to figure out what they did that made them upset. So I was going into it like, okay, cool. I'm gonna like ask like once we get to know the chieftain a little bit better, I'm gonna ask him like, hey, what's going on here? Like maybe I can help you out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think you set it up in a way like these are not normal Fearbolgs really well because it didn't show like, oh yeah, these Fearbolgs are bad. It just showed that like they have a different way of getting through life. They have a different like, oh yeah, we need food and there's nothing we can harvest around here, so we're just gonna kill. We're just gonna go kill food, like go kill animals and eat them. And like yeah, I thought that was really good.
Yeah, and
Very good job.
and did you like the I was like really debating this too, like whether or not I would do this, but like when you guys were talking to the little villagers and someone got the idea of saying like, let's ask them what deity they worship. And I was like, no, but that'll give it all away, you know? So I was like a little bit like worried about saying it. But then like when so-and-so was like, hey, so like what deity do you worship? And I was like, oh, of course we worship the one true king, the Beast Lord, you know, like who's like the sort of like evil deity, you know, in this campaign or in this section.
Yeah. Dude, that was so subtle and nice. I was like as soon as you said that, my brain was like, holy shit, we got to get out of here as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah, I think you did that. I think
Go ahead.
I think you did that really well. And honestly, my first thought was like, okay, maybe the Beast Lord isn't like necessarily evil. Like maybe this Kazgroth was just like, okay, I'm just using this as like as an excuse kind of thing. Like maybe these guys have a different way of worshiping him, or maybe they're like they maybe they're like not really aware of what the Beast Lord is, like that kind of thing. But then it was like, oh no, okay, they know what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no, right? Because you have to imagine that like these deities aren't necessarily like they can't be. I don't want to say pure evil, but they can't be like unconcerned with like the followers, right? So like you can say like, oh, the Beast Lord, he's definitely more evil or whatever, but like he's not like evil to the extent where he's gonna like deities have to get followers somehow, right? And so the idea that like you live in like an unfertile area and you hunt beasts and like maybe you like your hunting has like you've been blessed in some way by like a deity, like that gets you to follow them, you know? And it's not because you think he's like good or righteous. It's simply like transactional, you know?
Yeah,
so
like
that's the kind of stuff
there was a need,
sometimes.
he fulfilled that need, so he'll continue to yeah.
Yep.
All right, let's get back to Last of Us real quick. Let's have some closing thoughts on it, like we were gonna have 30 minutes ago.
Oh, I thought we were done.
Well, we were gonna give it a review, and then we didn't end up giving it a review.
Oh, I
We
don't
started
know.
talking about cutscenes.
I don't have a fucking scale. I don't do this
Well-
shit professionally. What am I gonna
No,
say?
I'm not
Like,
saying you have to
a
upscale them.
9 out of 10, an A plus minus. Like,
Let me ask you this:
uh-huh.
would you play it again? Yeah, would you play it again? Would you play Survivor Plus?
That's actually a really hard question because I feel like that's almost like, let me like divide it into two questions, right? There's the question of like, would I want to? And then there's the question of like, will I?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, would I want to? Yeah, that sounds like fun. But like, will I? Probably not. Like, if I'm being like totally honest, like I just
Right.
probably won't because I I I'm either busy with like real life stuff or if I am gonna like I feel like streaming has like changed the way I do video games a lot too, like because I don't really I mean I guess I kind of do video games for leisure, like when I'm on stream it's not like I'm working hard fucking like playing video games, but like I'm also like kind of thinking
Right.
more along the lines of like, ooh, what can I do that's like, I don't know, content, you know, like people like watching me play League for like whatever reason, I'll play League, you know, like I like if the playthrough, if my playthrough of The Last of Us 2, you know what, actually I will say this, the way I could see myself doing it again, because the way that I played The Last of Us 2 the first time, it was on this capture card that drops a lot of frames and like it was just kind of problematic the way that it was doing it. Um, if I got like a better capture card and I was like, hey, I want to do like a playthrough of The Last of Us where like I play through it and it looks good and sounds good and like my setup has been upgraded and it's like, okay guys, like it's like The Last of Us 2 came out on this day 1 year ago. Like it's been an anniversary since the game came out. I don't really have a lot going on. Let's play Survivor Plus. Like, you know, now that I have like a better streaming setup, I might do that. I could see myself doing that. That would be like a game that I would like to consider doing that with. Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
the more I think about it, the more I am kind of leaning towards doing something like that because there are games that I've already played all the way through, like Spider-Man PS4 or like Uncharted 4 that I was talking about earlier, where like I would play that on stream. I would totally do that. That sounds fun. Like I've beat the shit out of Spider-Man. I like 100% of that game. I love that game, but like I would play it again on stream.
It's a really fun game.
Yeah, it's great. I feel like that would like kill my view
Yeah.
count because everyone would be like, Andrew, you're just like swinging around the city. You're not doing anything. And I'd be like, isn't this cool? I'm swinging around the city getting selfies of myself. You know, people would get sick of that shit and tune out. But like, yeah, I would definitely, I would play that game. I think the only reason I didn't immediately say like, yeah, I totally played Last of Us 2 is just because I finished it recently. But like
Right.
put enough time between me and
See-
it and I'd probably go back and do it. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. And I think that's a good review of a game. It's like, would you play it again? Or even if you won't play it again, did you have fun playing it? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, and we can even compare it to other games, right? That's like a good review way. Like I feel like honestly, like
Yeah.
ranking games is almost like a better thing of than giving it like a grade. You know, like I would definitely put like
Yep.
I've already said like Last of Us 2 best game I've played this year. I don't know. Might have to. We'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see how good Ghost of Tsushima is, but like whatever.
See, but like I'm also seeing it as like, I don't know, like I feel like for me, a good game makes me feel like okay, it has either changed my perspective in something, it's given me a new perspective. It was entertaining, or it was just a fun game to like to go through. I enjoyed the experience. I enjoyed the time I put into that game. You know, like I don't need it to be a high graphic, like super pretty, amazingly rendered cutscene. Like honestly, I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm trying to finish the story. But for some reason, my computer cannot handle it anymore. And I'm like, ugh, I want this game. Like, I get it. This game looks really pretty, but I don't need it to look pretty. I just want to play it.
Yeah, I'm glad I played it on PS4. Like I felt like playing it with the controller was really good, and I felt like yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. Hey, can you help me with something real quick?
Maybe I needed to delete.
Okay, can you open up the stream?
Open.
Yeah, okay. I need you to help explain some stuff to me. I'm on Twitter right now. And I was looking up like Last of Us Part 2 stuff to see if there's like any like total trolling that we could like respond to, right? So there's this tweet that says, the worst endings ever. These endings really let me down. First of us, it's Jon Snow with Daenerys. I don't know if you ever watched Game of Thrones. I don't think you did, but like I can co-sign on that. Horrible fucking ending. Yeah, don't give a shit about this ending. Horrible ending. Had like show had like a good run in the beginning. Didn't give a shit about it by the end. Don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Can you explain this one to me? Can someone in chat please explain what this is, or like what I'm looking at?
Oh well, that's not How I Met Your
Oh,
Mother,
it's
right?
How I
That's
Met
not
Your
what that
Morther.
comment is.
Oh, okay. That whatever. That shit. Morther, yeah. I didn't give a shit about this ending. I didn't even recognize. Did not even recognize Josh Radnor. Holy shit. Yeah, don't care. Star Wars. Yeah, I thought this was a bad ending. I didn't like the third movie in that trilogy.
I didn't like. I did not. Okay. I didn't like any of the new trilogy because it felt like they were too scared to do anything new or different to the story. Like it felt like they were like, okay, yeah, we're just going to reestablish ourselves as Star Wars, and that was it. And I think that they could have done more. I wouldn't say it was a bad ending. I would just say I was disappointed in it. Like they could have done more with it. I'm not a huge Star Wars person, but it's still like there was a lot more potential behind it.
I don't want to like sit here and talk about this all night, so I'm gonna go ahead and just like drop the nuclear level take and then say we gotta like bury it. I thought the first one, I thought The Force Awakens was like fine. Like I don't like expect that much out of these movies, I guess. So it's just it is what it is. Like I don't know, like it's Star Wars made by Disney to appeal to like not just us but like foreign markets to whatever. It was fine. Like it was good. It was good enough. I think it was good. I think The Last Jedi, like that's like such a fucking controversial movie, but like I thought that was like this is here's the nuclear take, right? My favorite Star Wars movie, and I think the best Star Wars movie ever, The Last Jedi. Go ahead, whatever. I don't care. Blow up. Don't give a shit. I liked The Last Jedi a lot. I think it was like one of the few Star Wars movies that like just cohesively had like its own theme throughout. Don't care. Moving on. The Rise of Skywalker, I think was just like a horrible fucking mess. Like what a fucking weird movie. Didn't make any sense to me. I was just like, what's happening? Like you just trying to like copy Endgame in so many ways. And I know that like it's different people working on it, but like, is it really? I don't know. It just, I did not like, I did not like the last one.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, not just generally like I grew up with Star Wars. I kind of like it a lot, but like it's not like I don't know. I think it's overrated to be honest.
I like Star Wars, but like it, you know, there's more content out there.
There are like plenty of people I know who haven't watched Star Wars, and they ask me like, should I watch Star Wars? I'm like, no. Like I don't know, if you haven't watched it and you don't really want to watch it, don't watch it. Like I don't care. Like if you
someone had never seen Lion King.
I guess same answer.
Should they watch Lion King?
Yeah, same answer. I don't care. Like I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't seen Lion King in a long time. And then hang on. Here's the last. Here's the last thing in this. Is this as if that was like a bad ending when this was like a fucking great ending? This is like hands down one of the best endings I've ever seen in any like movie, show, or video game. Like if you don't like this ending, get fucked. This ending was amazing. It was like
let me ask you,
so little was said, and yet so much was revealed. Is just like so well done. I thought.
I have two last things to say about The Last of Us.
All right, let's wrap it up. I'm getting tired of this shit.
That's fine. One, the only thing that broke my immersion was Ellie playing guitar with only 3 fingers. I feel like that would be very difficult to do that. Like there were a couple of times where they like when you're strumming, there's a couple like dead strings or whatever, but it's still just like that was like she's never played guitar with 3 fingers. So that was a little bit weird to me that she's like, okay, yeah, I can do this.
That's why it didn't work. Wait, hang on. Did you actually not get the ending of The Last of Us 2?
I mean, like, no, I get that this, like, I understand the sound was fucked up, but like there was still, for the most part, like she was able to play it like pretty well.
Do you play an instrument?
I play the ukulele a little bit, and I play drums a little bit.
Like, but like a lot, or like I'm sorry, never mind. It doesn't even matter. I'm not trying to make this personal. No, Dude, there was such a huge difference between when she was playing with full, like all her fingers in the beginning and then when she's playing at the end. Like, no, I'm like 100% convinced that the way that they did it was by actually like doing the guitar the way that, yeah, ukulele is dope. Congratulations. You have some fans. But like, no, I'm 100% sure that they did it by actually like recreating that sound like accurately. I like, it sounded to me as someone who plays guitar and has played guitar since I was like 13, so like for like 14 years now. Like it just stop. Let me finish this. But like, as someone who like plays, it just sounded like very true to how that would sound. It like the guitar parts.
Like, yeah, I agree.
It didn't break immersion for me at all, because with two fingers you still get like with your front two fingers you still get like some of the most key defining notes in a chord, but like without the last two you don't really get the body of it. And so like, yeah,
you know what?
Like it's like you can like have like a little piece of playing guitar. Like she would still be able to play it because she still has her hand, she still has her thumb. So you can still hold the neck of a guitar and you can still press down on the fretboard with two fingers. So I think it would have been bad. I think it would have been bad if she looked at it and had been like, I can't play that anymore. You know, I think the fact that she tried to and was like, oh fuck, I can't play this because I don't have these fingies anymore. I thought that was like really like,
you know what?
That shit stabbed me like right down to my dick.
Think
that was
I
so
think
good.
the part okay. I think the part that to me was like a little was, I'm not, and I understand that there are people who have three fingers who can play the guitar. I totally understand that. That's like, you know,
that's not even that's not even what I'm talking about, because you're talking about like
I know.
Yeah. Okay, go.
I know.
Go.
I'm just saying that I wanted to establish that I understand that. I just wanted to make sure that that's an established thing. So
okay,
I know that it sounded different. I was just like, I don't know. It felt like, I don't know. And I'm sure I'm wrong about it. It's just, to me, for a moment, I was like, I feel like there'd be a little bit more of a challenge. And I think the other part that I had an issue with it was like, I don't know if you ever saw the trailer
for The Last of Us.
That's why I wanted to make sure.
He's just playing. Don't worry about it. He's just joking.
I know. That's why I wanted to establish. Like, I'm not trying to be ableist. That like you can't play guitar if you don't have all five fingers. There's 6 strings, one for each finger. I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say that like Anyway, Ellie plays a song. There's a scene where she's sitting in this abandoned house, which I guess probably happened while she was going to Santa Barbara, now that I think about it. Anyway, there's a scene where she's sitting in the house. She has a guitar. She sits there. She steadies her hand, and then she starts playing the song. It's what is it?
Are you talking about the one?
I have it saved.
Are you talking about the beginning one? Or it's like towards the beginning?
No. I'm talking about.
Is she with Dina?
I'm talking about like. No, I'm talking about the announcement trailer.
Oh,
she plays a song. Okay. Like it's not in the game at all, and I wanted it to be in the game so bad, but
it's not Take On Me.
No, it does not Take On Me.
Okay.
It's like Shadow something.
Shadow of the Colossus.
Hang on. No. Okay. Through the Valley. It's called Through the Valley. And it's here. I'll link it because you have to. If you haven't seen it, you gotta watch this.
All right,
it gave me chills. So.
All right, here we go. Hold on, let me get the scene up.
We've given you a 40-cent raise, Peyton.
My God.
Congratulations.
Shut up. I can't stand this commercial. What is this guy wearing?
I have not seen this one. Purple, blue for me. I would call them purple. Blue flamingos. Okay.
Ding. PlayStation sound.
I did not realize how slow of a build it was
It's
to
okay.
it.
It's okay. It's okay. Just let's enjoy it. It's only 4 minutes. Now the dog. The sound's a little delayed on the stream. Sorry, guys.
I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, and I fear no evil because I'm blind to it all. In my mind, my gun, they comfort me because I know I'll kill my enemies when they come. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell on this earth forevermore. Said I walk beside the still waters and they restore my soul, but I can't walk on the path of the right because I'm wrong. No, I can't walk on the path of the right 'cause I'm wrong.
What are you doing, kiddo? You really gonna go through with this?
I'm gonna find and I'm gonna kill every last one of them.
Oh, that sting right there is
Like-
so good. Like that, like little banjo sting that comes in. Ooh, fuck, that's
yeah.
good. Now the dog. That's what I have to
know.
say now every time I see the little naughty dogs.
So okay, the thing that like I thought that was gonna be a scene in the game, and I wanted it to be a scene in the game so badly, and that's what I was expecting the ending like for her to be strumming.
Mm-hmm. I think. Do I think Joel should have died off screen to a clicker? Get the fuck out of here. Would have saved so many lives if he had, though, I guess. Yeah, that would have been interesting if Joel had been like a specter who haunted her. That would have been interesting. Kind of glad they didn't, though. I think it was the right decision not to do that.
Which I had not seen that trailer in a long time, and watching it after finishing that game, like it carries a little bit more weight to it. But like you get that bug?
Nah, I didn't get that shit. That motherfucker lives.
But like I don't know, like what part of the game do you think that would have like been in? Because clearly, like,
Probably on our way
I
to
don't know.
Seattle, dude. Yeah.
You think so? Not Santa
Yeah,
Barbara?
No, I think that's because wasn't that the Seattle outfit that she had on with that shirt and stuff? Also, I think the fact that she says I think the fact that she says I'm gonna find and kill every last one of them implies that like she hasn't killed any of them yet.
That's true.
I mean, it doesn't literally mean that, but I think that's sort of like the implication.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I don't know. Those are my. Oh yeah, so that was. Wait, was that the two? Guitar. Oh yeah, the reason why I was like frustrated by the guitar part, which you know what, I can accept. Totally wrong about that. It's a powerful ending. It's cool. I still really like it. I think it's really cool. The other thing is, what do you think they're gonna do for a 3?
I don't know. Do you think Abby should have died in the end? No, you've clearly missed the whole stream. No, I think for 3, I don't know. I hope that they like honestly after like the reaction I guess to this game, I hope that they like just like double or even like triple down on like minority representation and are just like, yeah, dude, this game's gonna be all about fucking Lev, and then like fucking like all Lev's friends are also gonna be like trans people of color, and like that's what it's gonna be about. Like, I hope that they just do that just to trigger the fuck out of these nerds. But like, I don't. I feel like I don't know. I think they could follow up on Abby in Santa Barbie with the or no, not in Santa Barbie, on Catalina with the Fireflies. That could be interesting.
Yeah, Avalon, dude. I'm so mad we didn't get to see Avalon with all the Fireflies. That's like literally one of my favorite places in like in my known world, and I would have loved to see that.
I thought it was really interesting how they do Seattle and how they did Santa Barbie, because I was like, okay, I've been to both of these places, and I feel like this is interesting, like seeing them in like these post-apocalyptic things where I'm like, dude, yeah, like there's this like dumb little coffee shop that you've got here in Seattle that's like yeah, that exists. 100% that exists. Yeah. Thought it was interesting.
See, I've never been to Seattle. No, I've been to. Yeah, I've been to Seattle once in like and I want to like when COVID is like, you know, when it's safe to travel and all that, I would love to like spend a 4-day trip, or was it 3 days or 4 days? I keep thinking it was 3 days.
It's 3 days.
Whatever it was.
Well, they spent
I would
3
love
days.
to spend.
They spent 3 days in Seattle, if that's what you're asking.
Right.
Yeah.
I would love to like spend a 3-day trip in Seattle, just like exploring the landmarks that you see in game. I think that I'm a giant fucking nerd, and I just think that's like a really cool thing to do.
What's up, Chubby Banana Power? How's it going, dude? Sorry, I just had to say hi to chat. Yeah, no, I think that's a super fucking nerdy thing that you can do, Jacob. It sounds pretty fun.
Yeah.
Bring your girlfriend, make a nice vacation out of it. That'd be cool.
Exactly. I think it'd be so cool.
That would be pretty cool.
Anyway,
what did you even go to in Seattle, like in the game that's so like iconic, landmarky?
I mean, it's not like iconic in the sense of like, oh, whoa, that's like a big deal. But like, they're like the convention hall is a pretty big part of it. That theater is a pretty big part. The like downtown area. I just think it'd be cool to like. I mean, okay. As someone who was raised in Vegas and then learned how to get around Vegas due to Fallout New Vegas, I cannot look at video games that are placed in like actual places the same way, because I'm like, I actually learned about the place I was born because of a video game.
That's so weird.
Right?
That's the weirdest thing I've ever heard, because I feel like Fallout New Vegas was not true to Vegas, but I have no like there's no reason for me to think that other than like, cause like I haven't really spent much time out there, but I've driven through Vegas and there's that one town like Pert or Prim or something like that. That's like in Fallout New Vegas. Yeah. Prim. That's like a real town. And I remember driving through Nevada once and I hit Prim and then it took me like a while to get to Vegas. And I was like, bitch, in Fallout New Vegas, I can just walk there. It's not that far. And I remember thinking like, fuck this game. This game's stupid. Cause like, I could just walk from Prim to the Strip. Like it was nothing. And I'm like, dude, I have to drive for a while to get there.
I mean, yeah, they have to condense it down because like you're not going to want to walk for like the equivalent of a 3-hour drive. Not even a 3 hour. It's like a 2-hour drive, something like that.
It's like an hour drive probably, honestly, if that.
Yeah. Like that walk, like to like have you actually walk that would be terrible.
Yeah, but just leave it out of the game.
Things. Of course, it could.
Just leave it out of the game then. Like, just have it be on the Strip. It's more than enough, right?
It's a part of Vegas. That's a part of Vegas.
Okay, all right. I mean, it's fine. I'm not saying. I'm not.
You can also go to Jacobsville, which is nowhere near the Strip.
Yeah.
You can walk to California from the Vegas Strip in New Vegas.
Yeah, and it's like no problem.
Yeah, it's not realistic, but it's still. Like I learned about Good Springs. I learned about the prison that's right behind Prim. I learned about like this mine shaft area that's in Fallout New Vegas. Like it's so like anytime there's a game that's set in a like actual place, I am just like, oh, I need to go explore that place and see if any of this like matches up or lines up because like that scratches that little nerdy itch brain for me. Like, it's just like, ugh, I gotta see it.
I feel like if I ever go to Washington, D.C., I'll have, like, no idea where everything is, and I'll totally get super lost, and it'll be all Fallout 3's fault.
I mean, okay, so Fallout 3 compared to Washington, D.C., since everything is, like, bombed to shit, like, nothing lines up with anything, because I've been to Washington, D.C., I've walked around Washington, D.C., dude, it's hot as fuck.
Yeah, for real.
First of all. Second of all, yeah, it's you know what? I didn't think about that, but I also didn't play Fallout 3 as much as I played Fallout New Vegas.
Living in the making the wrong decisions, my friend. Just kidding. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just joking.
I love that game so much. Anyway, yeah, like I'm curious to see if they will focus Fallout or Last of Us 3 on solely Lev and Abby, or if there will still be some notes of Ellie tossed in there, or if it'll only be Ellie and we'll completely forget about Abby and Lev. Mm-hmm. And like if you focus on Abby and Lev, it's just going to be about like reestablishing the Fireflies, you know? I think that they could do some interesting stuff with it. I'm curious what they'll do with it, you know?
Yeah. I don't know what you do with it, right? Have they announced that they actually are going to do a third one?
There was talk about it where they're like, yeah, we're going to make another Last of Us game for the PS5, and it was like, woo. Like there's rumors.
Okay.
I think
murmurs.
I believe
Whispers and murmurs.
Neil Druckmann was like, yeah, we're talking about it. We're working. No.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know. The third one, I don't know. I feel like there's so many possibilities. I feel like I wonder if here's something that's kind of interesting to think about. I wonder if the next game will make me feel how I feel about the last game I didn't say that right. But my point is like, so when I finished The Last of Us, because I played these games back to back, I didn't play it back in 2013 when it came out. When I played these games, it was like, yeah, obviously I know where the second one is going. Part of that is because like I couldn't hide myself from spoilers. And the other part is because like, yeah, Joel at the end ends The Last of Us by putting like a huge strain or a huge potential strain on his relationship with Ellie by lying to her. And so I'm like, there's like, that is like, that's like an open thread. It can go anywheres. And so like to make a second game, You know, even though I couldn't have guessed, like, well, there's these people who are going to come from Seattle and they're going to kill Joel and then it's going to turn into this revenge plot. Like, I wouldn't have known that, but I knew that there was like more to do with these characters, right? And I feel like right now I'm like at a place where I'm like, I don't know if there's more to do with these characters, but that's probably how people felt after the first Last of Us game, where they just didn't see it. You know, they just couldn't, they just didn't see like what more is there to do with these characters. Because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like if we do another Last of Us, maybe we have to pick a different protagonist. You know what I mean? Because I do feel like even though The Last of Us was good, and even though it did have like an open thread, I think the closed arc in The Last of Us was Joel's story and he was the protagonist. So I feel like I could see a game of The Last of Us 3 having Ellie and or Abby being in it, but I don't know if I could see either of them being like protagonist in it. You know what I mean? Like the main protagonist in any, at least.
Right.
You know.
And see, yeah, and like that's what I'm like. You could with Ellie, like, yeah, you could potentially explore the repairing the relationship with Dina and trying to like get back in her good graces with that. But like that's kind of that's going to be a very short story. I feel like,
and also
there's not going to be a lot of action tied to that.
It also feels more like a background. Where like, you know how like Joel and in the flashbacks with Ellie and how his relationship was strained and stuff, that feels kind of like the thing that they would do with like Ellie and Dina's relationship, you know? Joel died.
Yeah.
I know. Shut up. You're late to the party. Maybe it'll be, what if Dina's the protagonist of part 3?
So like, there's no action tied to that. She's trying to raise a little baby son who's named after 2 people who died, whose names both start with J.
Okay, Jacob. First of all, you don't know shit if you haven't been paying attention, right? Like, okay, here's what they're gonna do in Last of Us 3. Here's my prediction. Clip this shit. Save it later. Quote me later. Tell me I was right. Okay. Last of Us 3. Okay. It opens up. There's some group of people. We don't know who they are, where they come from, but they are really pissed off at little JJ. All right, they want revenge against him, okay? So they go and they find little JJ and they kill him right in front of Dina. And then Dina goes on a quest for revenge. And then she goes on... she travels the country. She hunts down her child's murderer. And then she has to let the person go.
No. She goes through it this time. They got to keep him guessing.
Yeah, I got it.
She's like,
You don't fucking know. What if it turns out in the next game, it's like Lev takes like a group of fireflies, finds little JJ and is like, fuck you. And then like, it's like the same game, but like Dina's Ellie and Lev is Abby. And like, you know what I mean? Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's 100% what it's going to be. You heard it here first, guys. Clip it, ship it.
100%, yep.
Put it on a t-shirt.
Flipping it now.
All right, cool. There it is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think this was a great conversation.
You don't have to like wrap it up all tidy. This is just a stream, dog. Like, don't worry about it.
You know what? It's just who I am. I just like tidy endings, okay? And I feel like Last of Us, and I feel like much like Last of Us 2, it was a very tidy ending.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God! Hang on, I gotta check something. We gotta look at something real quick together. This is a way to get a good tidy ending on this if you want to. Okay, so I'm about to show you a tweet comparing a cutscene from The Last of Us Part 2 versus a Halo Infinite cutscene, like the graphics. Okay, you ready?
Is there sound or no?
There's no sound. Oh, it's just an image. It's just like super detailed Joel over here versus like awkward, like not very interesting, weird beardy guy who looks a lot like Joel. It's like interesting.
He does look a lot like Joel.
Someone commented here.
Who tweeted this?
Someone commented crunchy dog. Crunchy dog. That's so funny.
He looks like it's that the one on the right is so uncanny valley. It's so weird.
I know, it's weird, right? There's a one up here. I passed it. I didn't know what it was. Oh, yeah, never mind. I don't know where it is. I lost it. That's fine. We can't save tweets, guys. So, just got to move on.
Real quick, going really far back, someone asked, "Do we feel like Abby deserves hate?" DJ Moon asked if we feel like Abby deserves hate.
That was like 4 hours ago, dude.
You know what?
We've answered that.
Yeah, but like you know, I know, but I want to like I feel like we didn't fully give it an answer. I just want to say that like I think it's totally fair to dislike her, but at the same time I understand the relatability too. That's yeah.
What is this? What
the fuck is that?
I don't know what I'm looking at. Live now, playing more Last of Us Part 2.
It's
It's who? Oh, it's Neil Druckmann.
It says the guy who ruined. They're saying that that's what he looks like.
The guy who directed both games ruined it. Piece of shit. Oh man.
Like I don't feel like you could say it's a ruined game because one
it was better.
To
than the
say
first
that
game?
because Joel is dead makes it. Yeah, but like to say that Joel being dead ruins the game is so fucking stupid. He's an old man in the apocalypse. He's gonna die. Like, come on.
Nah, dude. You should have died off screen to a clicker. Now I'm just memeing.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. You have anything else to say?
I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it mostly off my chest. I mean, I don't know, dude. I'm down to hang on stream for a little while. It's been pretty cool. I might have to take a bathroom break in a second here. Do you want to talk to my chat for a little bit?
Sure.
All right, chat it up with them. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Scoop it up. Talk to Jacob. Ask him personal questions.
Hey,
like,
guy.
Like how big his ding dong is.
2. I answered that one already. Sorry, guys. Can't ask it. So, I think that The Last of Us 2 compared to Last of Us 1, different. My ding dong, all of my ding dong. Oh no, one singular ding dong. Let's see. What's the average size of a ding dong? Hang on. Ding dong snack cake measurement. Okay. Let's see here. They're about. Let's see. A pack of 3 is. It doesn't give you exact. Why don't they you can Google anything, but you can't measure how long is a ding dong? That's stupid. I feel like that should be something that someone has posted somewhere. Okay, so a 10 count of ding dongs is 12.7 ounces. So that means that one ding dong is 1 1/4 ounce, pretty much, right? If my math is correct, I think that's how math works. No, that's not how math works at all. What did I think of the Final Fantasy VII remake? I don't like Final Fantasy because I don't like turn-based strategy games. So I think it looks way cooler that it's not turn-based strategy and that it's 3D modeled. And I think it's good for people who didn't grow up with Final Fantasy to be have it as a more digestible concept for them in the 3D space, because I feel like we're getting to a point where old school games are going to be harder for younger audiences to relate to. Not all of them, but a majority of them. And I mean, that's just my opinion. I feel like times are changing. Everyone wants graphics to be at the forefront forever, which I feel like is kind of weird. The growth of graphics is so rapid that it's so overwhelming. I saw a meme that was 20 or no, it was 90s. It was the 90s, and it had a screenshot from the original Half-Life, and it was oh wow, this game looks so realistic. And everyone in the original Half-Life looks like polygon Play-Doh. And then it was 2016, and it was some top of the market game, probably a Modern Warfare or something like that. And it was wow, these graphics suck. And it was looked way better than Half-Life did. and then it goes to like Red Dead Redemption 2, and it's like, oh, my computer can't handle how many pixels are on the screen right now, and that's where I'm at. Like I feel like video games are gonna get way more expensive if you don't play on a console, just because like console computers have a very large capacity, like almost an infinite amount of capacity, that like you can have super rendered games, and it's going to cost so much to be able to get a computer that can run those games. So not only will like the price of games rise, because like they're going to rise, it should rise for a good quality game. The price of games should like increase, because that's just how it works. Because you know, people who work on games don't get paid enough, and if you have one bad game, it ruins an entire like studio. Like we can pay like $10 more for a game, but like when you get to the point where those $70 games need like a $5,000, $10,000 computer to run, I will be just straight up console, because like I cannot afford that, you know, and I don't think most people can afford that as just a hobby. No way. So that's what I think about the Final Fantasy VII remake. Oh, you know what? I had an interesting thought. We're talking about how the first Last of Us was released in 2013. I was 13 years old when that game came out. I'm now a 20-year-old adult, and it is pretty crazy, like having that mindset change on it, because like growing up, since I was 13, I saw Joel as like oh yeah, he wouldn't lie to us. He's an adult. Like he's the adult that you can trust. So like when he was like, yeah, there are other infected, I fully accepted that as like, oh yeah, there are other immune people to the infection. Now I'm realizing like, oh, he lied because he didn't want her to be mad. But like looking back at that from a 13-year-old's perspective to a 20-year-old's perspective is pretty crazy. Pretty bonkers crazy.
Holy shit, dude. I get back and you're talking about all this gross shit.
I'm sorry.
You know.
You know,
what I'm talking
you told me it was a mature stream. You told me it was a mature stream, so I thought that I could just rattle off
that's okay.
all my deepest, darkest secrets.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Like these guys can handle it. They know what they signed up for, I suppose.
Hey, 12.7 divided by 10. What would that be?
12.7 divided by 10 would be 1.27.
That's what I thought. Okay, cool. So a single ding dong is 1.25 ounces in weight. I don't know what that since it's a circle, couldn't tell you like the size, but Dude, I just rambled on for such a long time. No idea.
I put a question.
I'm sure you were listening like on your phone.
I wasn't.
Yeah, I read it. Oh, okay, I read it, and then I started talking about how they already heard it. I'm not gonna repeat it. You can watch your own VOD.
I definitely won't. I had to go get a.
All right, I'll repeat it. I don't care. So what I said was I actually don't like Final Fantasy because I hate turn-based strategy games. Mm-hmm. My attention span is like way too short for them, so I just have a hard time paying attention to them. Mm-hmm. Or at least I did when I was younger. So I think it's great that they've recreated Final Fantasy VII in a more digestible concept for newer gamers to be able to experience it. And two, they're addressing some of their stuff, like the transphobia that they had in the cross-dressing scene of Final Fantasy VII. I think it's cool that they're making it more digestible and more relevant to today's culture. I think that's pretty cool. Like they made the character a super drag queen that's like an awesome character from the clips that I've seen. I think that's super cool.
Cloud?
But I was saying that we're getting to a point now where I think it's going to be harder for younger audiences to consume 2D, maybe not 2D games, but older games, like games from the 80s and 90s and even probably early 2000s. It's just going to be harder for them to consume it because we have games like The Last of Us and Red Dead Redemption that just look hyper realistic. It'll be hard to want or like even games like Fortnite that is on the more cartoony side is still so well rendered. Like it still looks leagues above where we were like 10 years ago, definitely, but like even 5 years ago, maybe. 2015, I think that's before.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yes and no. I mean,
so
I feel
I was
like there
saying
are
that,
some
like,
games like there are some like I was playing Mega Man Zero on stream a little while ago, and I was kind of surprised. I was like, you know what, this is all pixelated, and like it's not as good as like Terraria, but like it's pretty good. It's good enough. I mean,
but you're
I think that's also because it's like a dedicated art style, you know, where it's like it's meant to be kind of pixelated. You know what I mean?
But you also grew up. You also grew up playing games like that, though.
That's
like,
true, but also like I kind of already I still already like relate with what you're saying. Like we were talking about Star Wars earlier, so I can't get it off my mind. I go back and I watch fucking like the original trilogy, and it's like borderline painful, dude. Like Jesus Christ, like
yeah, like
I don't know. Like
I
some
definitely
of the audio work,
and
it's
that's
like
what I'm saying.
Good for the time, but like ugh.
And that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think that everybody will, like all the young audience won't be able to enjoy classic games, but I definitely feel like a mass majority of the audience that's going to be like your main income isn't going to want to play like they're not going to want to play a game like the original Final Fantasy. Like that's not something that they would have the patience for. Like I couldn't even play that, and I was like not even that. Well, I mean, I was not born when that game came out, but like when I started playing games, like that was still like a really well-known game that everyone was like, "Oh yeah, you have to play that," and I just couldn't play it. Like my family members were like, "Yeah, I love this game. I played this game forever," and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't play it, man.
Wait,
it
dude,
was
Chris,
like that's why I can't play any Pokemon.
was Chris really into Final Fantasy?
He wasn't really into it, but he definitely played it. I would say we have a cousin, an older cousin, not too much older than Chris, probably like around his age, who was definitely like Chris's introduction to video games.
Okay.
Like we would watch him play Star Fox 64 and all that, like, and we would play some games with him. They would spend like whole summers locked up in his room playing video games, like, and he was super into like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy and all that. So like by proxy, Chris was pretty into it because that's what he knew.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So that brought me on to the point of like I feel like we're gonna get to a point where video games are so well rendered that it's gonna get so expensive to be able to play them. Like one, I think the cost of video games is definitely gonna go up, and I think it should go up because the amount that people who make video games get paid is so low that like increasing a game by $10, one helps to secure the people's jobs who make the stuff that entertains us, great, and two makes a better quality game, perfect. I'm totally down for that. But I think that like ignoring all of that, if you're a PC gamer who wants to play a game like Red Dead Redemption 2, like a future Red Dead Redemption that's like super high quality, it's going to be so expensive to make a computer that can handle that because computers are so limitless in what they can do that like what they can render.
So?
That it's just,
I mean, aren't you kind of going by like today's prices? Like, don't you think like nowadays you can get like a terabyte hard drive for like $50-$60 when like back in the day you'd be like hard pressed to get like a 512 megabyte hard drive for like double that.
We also couldn't even like back in the day you also couldn't even like it would be insane if you went back with a terabyte hard drive like 20 years ago. That shit would be like unthinkable. I think. I don't mean maybe not. Maybe like it's so we've gotten so good at condensing technologies into that way. Like yes, comparatively it is cheaper, but that's just because we've been able to make the technology like better. But also like
you've been able to, that's not necessarily true. Like part of it is you can make it better, and the other part is you can make it more effectively, right? And you can make it like better at a cheaper cost. So like there are computers that, and it's always been this way, right? Like, the fucking highest echelons of like government will like shell out money for like really, really high end computers because it like makes them, you know, better able to do what they want to do.
But like, I don't even.
But then
think,
like the consumer grade stuff is always
even
like
think that
tiers less.
I don't even think looking at the government is like the way to look at how much a computer would cost, because I don't think that they've put in nearly as much money as some of the higher end like.
Or sure, I mean
Computer fanatics
government was like that was like one thing that I just thought of, right? Like I'm thinking of like, you know, like the first computers were like used to crack codes in World War II and they took up like 2 classrooms or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that, I guess that's where my mind went. But like, yeah, nowadays it would be like, you know, high end companies or like people who are just like fanatical enthusiasts who like pour all their shit into making like the best computers they can. Like, sure. Yeah. But my point is like, there'll be high end shit, but like, you'll never be like, I don't think you can't make an industry based around doing like you can't sell Red Dead Redemption 3 to like 50 people who have the best computers in the world. You know what I mean? Like it's not worth it.
But I'm saying, right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know.
This is just basic economics, right? Ranked tonight? I don't know, buddy. I'm probably gonna do. I might do some casual league streaming tonight. Maybe I'll do ranked. I don't know. Kind of depends.
I was gonna actually suggest, do you want to like maybe change the category to just chatting for now? Since we're
sure.
Just chatting.
Good idea. We're not
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I think that like. I think we're gonna get to a point where you will have to dish out a lot of money to be able to run AAA games on PC.
Yeah, maybe. I think, isn't that kind of how it is already?
Yes, and like, I mean, you have to dish out a lot of money in the sense of like.
Loaf, if we want to do 5 minutes tonight, I'd be kind of down, but we'll do it later. Don't worry. Go have your dinner. Sorry, talking in chat. Go ahead.
It's totally fine. If you like, yeah, like, I'm okay. I play off of a laptop that was like, I don't know, like $1,500, $2,000, and like I had to save up for that because I'm not someone who's made out of money, and I wanted a decent PC that could like function just as well as a desktop could, and I probably could have bought a desktop for that price, but I wanted something that was like mobile. At the time, I wanted something that was mobile. Now, I don't know if I wanted that as much as like, you know, what I've got now, but whatever. I've got what I got, and it works fine for what I have.
Oh, dude, you're talking to the king of regret if you want to talk about like buyer's remorse over here. Here I was thinking I'd be like going to fucking like fancy coffee shops and like I'm like, oh, I need something that I can like maybe do Photoshop with and like record a podcast on while I go like sip lattes by the ocean. So I got like this fucking MacBook. But like, fuck, if I had known what I'd end up doing, I would have just like built my own PC. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
What got me to the point of that was like I was talking about a meme that I saw like last week, I think, that was like picture of like it said like from the 90s. It was a screenshot of Half-Life 2, and it had the caption of like, oh wow, this is so realistic, like this looks so crazy, and everyone in Half-Life 2 looks like polygonal Play-Doh pieces, right?
Yeah. Don't you?
Not in Half-Life 2, the original Half-Life. Right?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Half-Life 2 doesn't look that bad, dude. Come on, from my childhood, man.
Half-Life 2 looks. I mean, like, but even then, like, if you just go to Half-Life 2, like, it looks a little Play-Doh-y.
No, Half-Life 2.
Like, compared to what games are now.
Half-Life 2.
Even Last of Us 1 compared to Last of Us
2. Gameplay. Hang on, Half-Life 2 gameplay. Let's just go to images real quick. So yeah, look at this. Look at this fucking goober right here.
Like it looks all right, but it definitely is an older game. And the other thing And then like after that, it was like so after Half-Life 1, it was like probably I think it was like a Modern Warfare game in like 2010, 20 whatever.
Yeah, dude, look at this.
And
shit.
it was like one of the.
This shit looks so old.
It was like one of the. It was one of the higher end games that like had a pretty good engine to it. It looked pretty decent for the time. But people were still like, "Oh, this looks so unrealistic, so uncanny valley," but like it looked like a decent game. And then it gets you flash forward to like 2020, where it's like Red Dead Redemption is like a horse's nutsack and like a horse sweating and all of that, and it's like my computer cannot handle this. I cannot handle running this game anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because, like, it makes you think about, like, consoles and, like, where are consoles going to go? Like, are consoles going to stick around? And I kind of think that they will, right? Because, like, if you don't want to, like, shell out the money for a fucking gaming PC, then, like spending, even, like, $4 or $5, even $600 on a console to play, like, games that, like, you know, like, I have a $1,000 MacBook that could not run these things, you know? So it's like, you know,
like I got the PlayStation 4 when it first came out.
It was your mistake then.
And I was like, I love PlayStation. I was really excited for it. I loved my PS2. I was like, okay, yeah, definitely. And I was excited for the games that were launching with the PS4. And I don't regret getting it that early.
No. The bonus is you got so much more enjoyment out of it than like me, who like waited like 3 years to buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was my thought. It was like, okay, if I get it, and I got it with Knack and with infamous Second Son was the game that came out with it. Yeah, and I thought that was like a super fun game. I thought it was super cool. I thought it looked so good. Like, and again, I was a 15-year-old kid when that game came out. I was 15, and I got it. Like my brother and I put our birthday money together to get it.
Yeah.
Like, it was expensive. I think it was like for a kid who didn't have an income, that was expensive.
Oh, for real? Yeah. I'm surprised you were even able to get it.
Release. But again, I didn't have a birthday party. I didn't have any birthday gifts. My gift was this game. My little brother's game.
Your gift was like we lived. Your gift was like half of a PlayStation 4, and then your brother got the other half.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like that's what we could afford, and that's what we got. We were happy with it, and I feel so bad because my Sammy barely ever plays the PlayStation. He's not a huge, like, he plays games, but I wouldn't say like he's like a huge gamer. Like he really liked playing Knack with me, and I liked playing Knack with him too. But I didn't like playing Knack because it was a dumb game, and I was like, whatever.
Yeah.
So like, I felt bad because I was like, oh man, you sunk in your birthday money for this, and you don't even like really play it. That sucks.
Yeah. Well,
I
don't know what to say about that. Like, it sucks.
I told him like when I move out, like I'm gonna take the PlayStation. I'll give him like the $200 that he invested into it because like, that sucks, and I don't want to be like a shitty brother who's just like, yeah, I'm gonna take it. It's mine now.
Yeah.
Anyway, like if the PS5 is only slightly more expensive, like they're saying the PS5 is gonna be like $500, $600 when it comes out.
Isn't there like a digital version too? Like,
that compared to like a couple $1,000. Yes, there is a digital version which will be cheaper than the physical version because it won't have the disk drive. But I think if you're thinking about like cost effectiveness for the future, it's going to be cheaper to have discs than it will to have the digital copies because discs will depreciate in value while the digital copies will remain at $60 for such a long time. Like, there's so many games that came out like a year or two ago that still cost $60.
Dude, I know, for real. It's fucking ridiculous. These fucking games that cost like so much goddamn money, and then like Valorant is free. Shit on me, dude.
Yeah.
So the difference is really, just one has a disc drive. All right.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, like they're saying the digital edition is going to cost $400 and the standard edition of the PS5 is going to be $500 plus tax, of course.
Wait, it saves you
And like,
$100?
yeah, it's going to be $100 more.
Oh, okay. This article I'm reading speculates that it could be $50 difference.
So I'm just reading that first thing that came up when you Google it, and it just says it says. In other words, the digital edition would be.
It says the digital edition reportedly costs $399, while the disc equipped will likely set you back $499. Gotcha. Ugh, for $100 less, I don't think I have a choice. You know.
See, but like I'm thinking in the future. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna get a lot of games when they first come out. I'll get them when they are like, a couple months, couple years old, maybe. Mm-hmm. Like, I didn't get Red Dead Redemption 2 when it first came out. I got it when it was on sale when it came out on PC. Mm-hmm. And that's how I get most of my games. Like, Last of Us 2, I had to get it because I've invested so much time and energy into that series. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm going to get it brand new. Fallout 4, I got brand new because I love the Fallout franchise and I regret getting it brand new. Fallout 76, I got brand new because I was like, okay, you know what? Fallout 4 wasn't as great, but hopefully, I think it'll follow the previous Fallout games where it has that open aspect to your character. You can make your character what you want it to be, and it'll have the Fallout 4 engine, which I really enjoyed. I was pretty disappointed by it. I wish I waited until it was $2, whatever ridiculous price they had it cut down to.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't spend $70 on the special edition pre-order, whatever.
Well, but you have to think about it. Weren't you just saying not that long ago, hey, I think video games can cost more, and that'll be good because you can support the people who make it. It's you kind of just have to look at it like that. You know, they're cutting it down to $2 now or whatever because it's well, we're really not making it, so economically, this is what we have to do to just kind of because it's more worth it for us to market the game than it is for us to make money off the game. So that's what they're doing. But what they're really aiming for is to make that money. You're just part of that group of people that they need to support them when you buy a game early that. Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying is I will only get specific games at full price because it's game companies that I really like and I want to see succeed. Mm-hmm. Now, what I'm saying if they increase it to $70, I'm saying as a general thing, if everybody did that and that was the new normal, they're hey, we're gonna we need to do this in order to keep the quality as it is or to make it better. Totally get that. But if we're getting the quality we're getting now, I don't know. Yeah, I'm contradicting.
The thing is, it's never gonna be like that. You know what I mean? It's gonna be so much more incremental, but the price jump will seem more. The price jump will seem more substantial than it deserves to be. I think what you'll probably see is there'll be a jump from right now it's a AAA game comes out and it's $60, and eventually that's going to be $70, but you won't see this drastic increase. What it'll actually be is that everyone was kind of locked into the $60 price for a long time, and they got to the point where they were actually probably losing money on a couple games for that, and then they're okay, now we have to make it 70 so that we can go back to making money again. It's just because market forces.
Okay, see, I would rather it be $70, and I don't have to pay for DLC because I think DLC. Unless it's a game-changing DLC, I think it's such a scam. They're oh yeah, we're gonna give you this thing, but you have to give us $10 more. Why not just one? Why don't you just add that into the original game? And two, I don't know. I hate DLC.
DLC, it's so I don't know. It's interesting, DLCs, because I guess everyone has an opinion on it, and I feel you can't really. It's almost not even worth talking about in my mind about DLCs in general, right? Why would I talk about DLCs when they're all so fucking different? There was like the Last of Us
Yeah.
one that we were mentioning earlier. That was like its own story that like had its own cutscenes that they probably had to like get the team back together to like record all this stuff, do the mocap shit for it, and like, you know, render, like, I don't know, get the artists together to put the cutscenes and shit. You know what I mean? Like to do a DLC like that, I'm sure it costs money, and like you probably get like a story that's not as substantial as The Last of Us, but like it ain't nothing either. Like it's its own cool thing. And then like on the, you know, on the other side, you get like these other DLCs that are like, hey, in Fallout, you can go to Pittsburgh, which is like a slightly different colored landscape than the rest of the world, and you have like a few extra quests. And it's like, that's dumb. Like,
it's more like, see, I would say it's even more like, oh, you get to have a couple of special skins that you can only get if you get the DLC, or like even Last of Us 2 did it, where it's like, oh, you get to unlock an extended mag for your pistol right off the bat. Like you get that unlocked for your pistol.
yeah, I don't
like stuff like that. It's like, okay, you can keep going on with the game without having to like have that extra piece of money. Now, I'll be honest, I may have bought that because I was like, you know what? What's like it was on sale because I am a PlayStation Plus member, and also like I was like, you know what? I like Naughty Dog too. If this is the equivalent of me paying for like $60 for the full game, like yeah, I'll get it. Whatever, sure. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I've kind of lost the thread.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that some of these places do it. I think for games like The Last of Us Part 2, for them to say like, hey, you get the extra long clip for your pistol when you pre-order the game, you know, or when you pay $5 or whatever, you know, pay $5 extra. I don't know what it was, but like I think adding those like little perks, it may seem a little cheap, but I think it's fine because The Last of Us is still playable and it's not a competitive game, right? Like, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if like fucking like League of Legends was like, hey, you know, when you buy that extra skin, not only does that extra skin for Ari, like, you know, you actually get like a whole new ability that like fucking kills the whole team. Like, just when you hit that, just pay $5. It's like, that breaks the game. That's stupid. You know what I mean? But that's competitive, right? And I think like for things that are competitive, to add like extra things that are paid or whatever, like you can call it DLC, you can just call it buying skins, you can call it whatever you want. I think for that, like you have to worry about like the integrity of your game. But when you're playing like some like single player experience, to add something like, yeah, you get like a bigger pistol clip, or you get like a whole new pistol, or like for Jedi Fallen Hoarder, you get like, you know, pre-order the game and you get an orange lightsaber, and it's like, cool. If I want to play with the orange lightsaber, I guess I'll do that, you know? Which is weird because I didn't pre-order that game and I still got the orange lightsaber somehow. It was weird. I don't understand that one.
Okay. So I will agree that like DLC stuff, like if like, okay, I bought the special edition, $10 more than what I would have spent on it. Or actually, no, it was $80 instead of $60. So it's $20 more, but like I get a special theme. I get some avatars for my like PlayStation account, a digital soundtrack, and I get an art book for it. Cool, totally fine by me. Like it's a game company that I really like. It's a game I like, and it's a single player experience. So like whatever.
Yeah.
What I don't like is pre-orders. I've been burned by pre-orders a couple of times. So like I feel like okay.
What do you mean pre-orders? Like
pre-ordered
you mean pre-order perks, or like what? What do you mean by that?
No. Like pre-ordering games in general. Like this game, like Cyberpunk, it's coming out. It's set to come out on this date. I'm gonna put down the money for it, so all I have to do is go pick it up or like pay the remainder of whatever I had on it, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then they push it back, and then you don't get the game, whatever. I get that. My issue is like I've had it a couple times where like a GameStop has lost my pre-order for a game, so I put in like $30 into buying it, and they lost it, and I had to put in another $60 into a game. So I lost $30 because they couldn't find my pre-order my pre-order anymore.
No, Fox, we're talking about we're
Legendary
talking about
Fox.
different stuff now. That sounds more like a
Yeah.
problem with like GameStop though. I didn't want to listen.
Yeah,
to
no,
anything
but like
yeah, we're not talking about Last of Us 2. No more spoilers. Don't worry about it. I'll change the title.
like yeah. But what I'm saying is like it's not just GameStop because there's the potential for that in anything. Like there could be some sort of glitch in something where they just lose track of the pre-order you placed, they lose track of your account, anything like that. And like I just think it's kind of like cheesy to be like, okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, it
Like-
sounds like, doesn't it? As long as it's modded, you can type X. Okay, fine. Thanks, dude. I mean, that just sounds more like a problem with like an experience, right? Like it's just something that like unfortunately happened. You know what I mean? Like the idea of it doesn't sound like you really have a problem with pre-orders. It sounds like you have a problem with like this experience that you had with a pre-order. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, but even further than that, I feel like it's like if you have pre-ordered a game, like you're telling them like, yeah, I'm excited for this game, but I feel like you shouldn't have to do that with like investing in your money. Like a game company should be able to see like, okay, yeah, there's an excitement for this game. Let's just like, I don't know.
Well,
I think
hang on, because okay, and I don't know, like I could be wrong about this. Like I don't pre-order a lot of games, right? Like whatever. Like someone correct me if I'm wrong, but like, isn't pre-ordering a game just saying like, yeah, dude, when fucking like when what's the one, the Legend of Zelda one, Link's Awakening? Like, yeah, when the Link's Awakening remake comes out, I fucking want that shit. And I want you to have my copy ready for me on the fucking day. So here's the 60 in advance. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like having that, it's like, one, it's a way for companies to like gauge interest in their product. Two, it's a way for you to like reserve your copy. And I mean, yeah, I mean, as long as everything works out, I don't really see the problem with it, right? Like, if it doesn't work out, and if you get to the store and they're like, well, we lost your copy, sir. Well, that's not really an issue with the pre-order system. That's an issue with, like, whatever jackass screwed up that part of the issue, right? Like, that's a problem.
I mean,
That's a problem with the execution, not the idea or the concept behind it, right? Am I wrong? Like, what? Am I missing something? Because it doesn't cost you any extra money, right? Yeah.
Well, it used to. It used to be. I think it used to be like an extra $5 or $10 to reserve a game.
Even then, honestly, like I'm still pretty like ambivalent. I don't know. I couldn't really care less about that. Like it's like okay, $5, but it's like okay, $5 extra. Yeah, pre-order was $5. Yeah. I mean, look I'll still I won't really change my position. Like $5 extra, and you make sure you get your copy like right on time. Okay, cool. Fine. Like you're paying a little extra for a service. Like it sounds like what should have happened in your case, Jacob, was that like you should have gone there and like they should have been like, oh well, we can't find. Oh wait. Oh man, it seems we've misplaced your copy. It sounds like you should have just gotten a full refund. You know what I mean? Like, and if you didn't, like that just means they're shitty. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
The issue is, and I guess where I'm coming from this is still as like a younger. I'm coming at this as a younger gamer, I guess. Someone who doesn't have an income and has to like save up their birthday money, their Christmas money, whatever they got, like in order to be able to buy a game. Like that extra $5 was detrimental to me. Like and losing that $30, I was like,
all right. It's not like, look, it's really bad if you lose that money. Hang on. Oh fuck, I need to equip the oh shit, I need to equip these shrimp. Is that why? Sorry, I'm playing Melvor right now. I
can see it.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
It's just like this dumb resource management thing. Don't worry about it. It's a stupid game. I don't recommend it. What I'm saying is like I don't have a problem with like pre-order being like an extra $5. And so like if you're a young kid saving up your pennies to buy the game, well then like you have to wait. I don't know. It seems fine to me. Like, okay, you have to wait like a week or 2 weeks maybe after the game comes out until you can like play it, because instead of $55, you only have the 50, because like that's just the kind of like lifestyle you have because you're a kid. It's like, yeah, dude, I mean, hopefully like you'll grow up and like get a job and get to the point where like you can do that, you know, where you can like shell it out, or you can just deal with having to wait a little bit. I don't know, right? Like, I think it's fine. Right? Am I wrong? Like,
yes, but there's also that like that attachment of like, oh, you need to get this game as soon as it comes out because all your friends are going to be playing it because everyone's going to be playing it. Okay.
but again, that's
So
a
growing
problem
up the
with
way that I would play
that's a
game-
problem with your friend group or with like your peers or with like society. That's not a problem with
I
like
didn't have
pre-orders,
friends.
right? Okay, fine, then whatever. I mean, like,
No.
that's a problem with other stuff. I'm just saying, I'm not even trying to like argue with you on this. I'm just saying like the idea of like a company being like, hey, we're going to offer a pre-order and it's going to be like $5 more. I just think it's fine, right?
See, but okay.
I think
But,
the
like,
problems that you're talking
hear me
about
out.
arise from other places, other than like the idea
hear
that
me out.
someone's
Hear
trying
me
to
out.
offer a pre-order.
Hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
You've not been. You've been listening to me and then being like having a thought and then being like, okay, well, here's what I think. Hear me out.
Okay, fine, but I'm also the streamer. Like, that's just what it is. Go ahead, talk.
So the way that I'm coming from this, the way that I'm coming at this from, the way that I'm seeing it, put yourself in the perspective. You are a young gamer. You are the future of the gaming industry because like the gaming industry has to appeal to the younger gamers in order to have a captive audience for a longer period of time. That's how they make money, is by selling their games to younger people to have them like invest their time and their money into that company from a young age, right?
Well, do you want me to respond to just that part, or do you just want like
Just that, yes. Like yes or no?
no.
No, okay.
I disagree.
Then-
but like that's okay. If you want to like finish, you can, or like if you want to hear why, I can do that.
So you're a younger gamer. You don't have any income. Like your way of getting a game is literally like you get to buy one game, maybe two games a year, and you have to be wise about like how you spend that money. So you go in for a game. The only way to get a game as soon as it comes out is to put down that extra $5. Well, now you can't get that second game. You can only get that one game because you're $5 short for that other one, right? So, like, and for story games like an Uncharted or Assassin's Creed, sure, whatever, you can get by without like having that. But if you're like wanting to play a multiplayer game, as soon as a new game comes out, everyone's gonna jump off of that game, and you'll no longer have anyone to play it with. So like. So if you wait like a couple months in order, like when they restock their copies of it or whatever it is, like there's no longer anyone to play that game with anymore, you know?
Maybe, I don't know, but like, what do you mean? Like, you mean like your friends at school, like coming over, or like?
No, I mean, like okay. The way that I played games growing up was like I would get maybe $30. I would have $30, and I would go to the $5 bin. I would somehow get $30. I don't know how I got $30, but I have $30.
Sure,
I go to GameStop,
we had an
go to the
allowance. We
$5
were
bin.
kids. Maybe we had an allowance. Maybe we stole money. Who cares? Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't have an allowance, but yeah, like I don't even know how I got but my point is that like the amount of money I had was so important to me because I didn't have like a lot that I could spend on games. So like I would have to be strategic about like, okay, I could get this new game and just like wait a while, or I could get like 4 different like $5 games and play those for like the rest of the year or whatever. And so that's what I would do. I would get those games that like I heard people talking about for like years ago. I heard really good things about it. I'm like, okay, cool. I want to play it myself. And I play it, and there's just like no active fan base for it anymore. So like I would just have no one to talk to about it. Like, or like if it's an online game, I wouldn't like the servers would just be empty. So it's like, okay, cool. There's no enjoyment in this game anymore. Then I'll just like I'll save up and get those new games. But
Like
if you get those new
what
games,
game is this too? I have to kill these chickens.
there was this game. The one that comes to mind specifically, and it was not a very popular game, was called Mag.
Oh, I think I've
Like,
heard of Mag. Yeah.
yeah. And when I got that game, it was like $2 or something like that. I got it, and nobody was playing it. There was like
Wasn't
maybe
Mag
one other
one of
person on the
those like?
server.
Wasn't Mag one of those games that was like it was supposed to be like a huge number of people online? It was like I think at the time
Yes.
I remember reading something about it. It was like there's like 50 people can play in the same game or something like that, right?
And it was heavily reliant on having a bunch of people. Yeah, that's the exact game I'm talking about.
Uh huh.
And when I got onto it, it was like maybe 3 other people on, and they were all stupidly good at the game. So anytime I spawned, they would just kill me immediately. And I was like, well, great. I just wasted my money, what little money I had on this game that I can't play.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean that sucks.
Ugh.
Yeah, 100%.
ugh.
That's shitty.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, like, yeah, that's life. You're gonna have money, whatever, and yeah, video games are not that important. But at the same time, like, if that's what I've chosen to spend my money to be like the thing that I get enjoyment from, I feel like I don't know. I should be able to enjoy the thing. Like, I don't know.
No, I mean I understand where
I
you're
don't
coming
know.
from. You're kind
It's
of
never-
you're talking about like how bullshit some of this stuff is. I mean, I guess yeah, it's tough. I mean, the thing about being a kid and like being into games like that is like you don't really know about like how to it feels weird to say it like this, but it's like you don't really know how to shop, you know? So, because you're more concerned, you have like one concern, like there's one economic pressure that you're concerned about, and that's literally like the teeny tiny amount of money that you have and will get, you know? And so it's like, how can I stretch my $30? Like maybe I can get 2 bargain $15 games.
Yeah.
And it's like, you just aren't old enough yet to understand that like that's not a wise investment. That like spending your money, that $30 will like or not even spending it, but like saving it to get like that $50 AAA title that like people are going to be playing. Like you know, save up your money, buy fucking Halo 2, and like that game probably still has people playing it. You know what I mean? Like you'd be better off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as opposed to being like, well, let me see if I can get Mag at a super cheap discount because no one fucking likes it, you know? Where it's like you buy Mag for $15 and that's a ripoff because that game's worth $5, and versus like, you know, buying Halo 2 and getting like your money's worth, you know, where it's like it was $50, but it was worth that $50. You know?
Right.
And it's just not something that like, that's not something that kids really know how to do. It's not something that like anyone really teaches you when you're growing up. Right? Like no one really tells you like, you know, here's how you shop. Here's why it's better to like spend a little bit more on like better stuff. I remember like, that's one of the interesting things that like, I think a lot about like how sometimes people will talk about like, oh, my parents, like, you know, especially like when their parents pass away and like funerals and shit. And they'll talk about like, oh, my parents imparted like all this fucking wisdom to me and shit. And I remember being like young and kind of jaded, you know, and stupidly cynical and being like, oh man, I don't even know what I'm going to say because my parents didn't raise me for shit, dude. And then and like now, like I think about it, I'm like, that's not true. Like I actually got some really good advice. And like, there's like this piece of advice that like, I remember my dad told me, he's saying like, dude, like when you buy money, everything I said about that sentence was wrong. Starting with dude, my dad would never call me dude, but he'd say like, son, when you like make a purchase, you don't want to necessarily buy like the cheapest bullshit because like, if you spend like I think it was maybe like buying like because I played tennis when I was younger, and I think it might have been something like along the lines of like, I'm not going to buy you the cheapest tennis racket I can find because it's just going to break. And then where are we going to be? You know, he's like, so I'm going to invest. I'm not going to get you like the best fucking tennis racket in this big 5, but I'll get you one that's like, seems reliable, you know? And the idea is that ultimately this could save me money. Like, look at how there's this tennis racket that costs $20. There's this one that I'm going to get you that costs like $30. And I'm getting this one that costs $10 more because I don't want to have to buy 2 of the $20 ones when the first one breaks, you know? And like, it's kind of different because games don't really break in that way, but it's sort of similar because, in terms of like the value you get versus value that you have to put into it. Like, these just aren't things I think that like kids think about naturally. And like, there's like this isn't really something that like you learn in school or like, I don't know, on TV, you know? So it's, I don't know, it's a weird thing. You kind of
Right, because like,
grow into it.
well, and especially on TV, because like the main goal of TV is to try to like sell you stuff and try to get as much money out of you as possible. Like,
It depends.
and we don't realize that as kids because we don't. Well, I mean, for the most part, like watching. If you watch a Disney Channel, at least back in the day, I don't know anymore. I don't have cable. I haven't had cable in years. But like, there'd be a commercial. Like there, at least every commercial break, there'd be at least one, maybe two commercials. It'd be like, "Hey, buy this Wubble Bubble. It's super fun. It's like a great product. It's super long lasting, and it's only going to cost you like 3 easy payments of $20 over the phone or whatever."
Okay,
And it's like,
I don't want to hit you.
as a
with,
kid, I'm like,
oh, go ahead.
I'm saying like, and as a kid, I was like, "Oh, cool. This is something that looks like a lot of fun because the TV told me this is something fun." And like, it's 3 easy payments. Like, easy means that it's super
Yeah.
simple and it's worth it because like I'm a dumb kid. I think that that's how money works, and that's how like the advertisers are trying to help me, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, what were we gonna say?
I was gonna say, I'm not trying to like hit you with like a nuclear fucking gotcha right now, but like Disney Channel's it's interesting that you bring up Disney Channel because I think if I remember correctly, Disney Channel actually didn't really have ads that targeted kids. All of their ads, all their commercial breaks were for like other shows or movies or stuff that was coming up. And so like
That's true.
On Nickelodeon, like Cartoon Network, you'd get like the ads for like the stupid toys and whatever. But on Disney Channel, it was always like, hey, there's a new episode of Sweet Life of Zach and Cody coming up, you know?
It might have been Nickelodeon and not Disney Channel.
Yeah.
But like,
no, I mean the distinction's like almost irrelevant. But my point is like that's why I said like yeah, sometimes, mostly like for the most part, like you're right. Like you get like I guess the reason I kind of like hedge that, I'm like a little like hesitant to just co-sign on like, yeah, the whole point of TV is to sell you stuff. It's like, I don't know, dude, like not really PBS, you know, like there's plenty of like they play like Arthur and Magic School Bus on PBS, and that's stuff's like educational. It doesn't really have like, they don't really play like traditional commercials or whatever. It's different. And like Disney Channel's like sort of in that vein where it's like not as educational. It is more like like entertainment, but you don't get the you know what I mean? Like you just don't get like the commercials for like the Harry Potter world.
How about this?
Part of that too, though, is that Disney's trying to like fight their competition on that one, right? Because Disney is, you know, they don't want you learning about like, they don't want you getting pumped up about Harry Potter world, because then you might want to go to Harry Potter Land at Universal Studios instead of coming to Disneyland. You know what I mean? So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I will say, I think at least in the 90s, I think it was, there was a commercial that Cartoon Network released because they realized that Disney didn't check their advertisers. Like, so they just paid Disney to run a commercial for Cartoon Network that was pretty much Cartoon Network like, hey kids, we're like we got these really cool shows on this different TV station. Like, kind of like, they're like semi-bashing like Disney Channel, be like, hey, come hang out with us instead.
That's so funny, dude.
And that commercial ran for such a long time.
Dude, I hope someone got fired
before they like realized like, oh, wait a second,
thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah, they realized like, oh, wait a second, we just gave ad time to one of our biggest competitors. Like,
yeah, for like, not for free, but like we just like let them run it. Yeah, Jesus Christ, I hope someone lost their job over that. Yeah. That's ridiculous.
I think that's super funny, and I think that's just like
it's hilarious. Yeah, it's the best kind of joke.
Dude, I'm okay. I'm a much bigger fan of Cartoon Network over Disney Channel. But I think mainly because Cartoon Network is like aimed at an older audience. Like they don't like. I feel like Disney is much more of like they baby their audience versus Cartoon Network. That like there are a lot of shows that they have that respect the audience's sense of humor, you know?
Yeah.
You're putting your password on stream, okay.
Well, it's hidden.
It was it was dot. But I mean, like, you know.
I don't know. You're probably right. I don't know. I feel like my 5 viewers don't give a shit and aren't gonna do anything.
I'm just overly cautious about that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be like,
I don't know what the point of all this is.
When I started streaming, I was much more cautious about that kind of shit. I would like, I would like, because I used to stream and do the games on like the same PC. So like I would have like OBS open, and then I'd be like, "Oh, start streaming," and then I'd like quickly go to like a different window because I'm like, "Oh, I don't want people to see like OBS. Like I don't want them to see like behind the curtain, you know." And now I'm just like, "Dude, what the fuck? I don't care." Like, you know, I used to be like so like fucking paranoid about like, "Oh, I only want them to see what I want them to see." But now I'm like, dude, like other streamers have like tons of fucking windows open. I don't give a shit what these people, you know. It is
like
just
we're all humans.
Yeah, we all get it.
Like yeah, no, like I was thinking about it. Like I was totally prepared to be like, hey, do you want to turn on your webcam so we could like have like a face-to-face conversation thing? And like I was thinking about like when I was younger, I would have totally been like, I can't let random strangers on the internet see my face. Oh no, but like, dude, I don't give a fuck. Like, what are you gonna do with seeing me? I know I'm ugly. Go ahead, take a look.
Yeah, I thought about getting your webcam on stream, but I just wasn't sure because like I was like, ugh, I'd have to like actually look up how to do that. I don't like one thing I don't like doing. Like I'll open Discord sometimes on stream, but I don't like just leaving it open, you know, because then people can like see like my friends' names and stuff like that, and it's like I know it's there sometimes, and like if someone
if you did it,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like that's the difference because it's like a private conversation that you're having with people. Like you don't want people seeing that.
Yeah,
that's different. But like, I think if you have like your cameras on, you can do like a full screen thing, and it won't show anything else.
Maybe you want to try it right now.
Yeah. Sure, let's go for it. Why not? My camera is on.
All right, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to.
Is there? I'm going in full screen. It's loading. Yeah, it blocks everything. It just shows our cameras.
All right, let's go to, hang on, I click in the camera.
I even changed shirts because my NASA shirt, like, balls hot here. Like, I was getting some armpit stains. It's like, oh, I don't want to be on stream with armpit stains.
Here, hold up. I'm going to join.
I also I have the wrong light on turned up, like, right now, too.
Yeah, also, like,
I
need to turn my video off here. People don't need to see two things. How do I turn mine off? Turn off camera. Full screen this bitch.
No, just go full screen.
There we go.
Well, but now I can't see you.
Yeah, but I don't care because it looks better on stream this way.
That's fair.
I'm just thinking about the stream, really. Open up the stream and then you can see.
No, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at myself right now. Hi, me. Hi, my hair doing weird fucking things because I'm sweaty and like I haven't turned on my AC because I don't want like all that background noise to be picked up and to ruin your stream audio.
Jacob, you have a pretty sweet room right now. It looks like.
Thank you. I got 2 Marilyn Monroe posters. One of them says "sexy" on the bottom, and the other one is Marilyn Monroe in a picture frame, and neither of them are mine. And I wake up every morning with Marilyn Monroe's face in blue and red, just saying "sexy," and it haunts me.
Dude, oh man, you know what's funny is so JC has this place right now that she's like subleasing. I don't know if I should say this. It's like kind of doxing or whatever. I don't give a shit. But she's like subleasing this place from like some other couple, and they're kind of nerds, so they have like a Rapture poster in their
That's cool.
Yeah, from like BioShock, you know. And so like I'll wake up and I look and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why? This isn't what JC's into. It's weird.
That's funny.
But yeah, this is so cool, guys. You can see Jacob. He can say hi to you. I need to figure out something better, like a better way to do this, because like I don't like having these two little boxes on the side here.
I mean, you could crop it. You could crop what OBS is seeing.
I could. Oh, here, hang on.
That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work, though. All right. I also am realizing, like, the part of the reason why I keep like losing focus on what I'm saying is like I realized all I've eaten today is 2 packets of oatmeal and some crackers. Oh, here, let me turn the camera back. I'm sorry. some crackers, there's some pretzels and some hummus, and I am super lightheaded.
Yeah, dude, get out of here. Don't let me keep you if you like gotta go eat dinner or some shit. We've been talking for like fucking
I
4
gotta make
hours.
myself- Dude, I know. I expected this to be like maybe an hour, 2 hours tops.
I don't know
Just,
how I'm
you
gonna
know,
clip this shit, dog.
You'll figure it out. That's fine.
I mean, I'll figure something
All right,
out.
yeah, I'm gonna skedaddle because I am so hungry and I have to think about what I now have to make myself food.
All right.
So I can either make myself some beans and rice or I can make myself some clam chowder. But
Oh fuck, you're making me hungry, dude. I just had a fucking breakfast
I can't-
burrito, and I still am hungry.
I want to. Ugh. Okay, so I'm so mad because I accidentally dropped my carton of eggs that I had, and I broke the like 6 remaining eggs I had, and I had to eat them all in like 2 days before they went bad. And I'm so mad at myself because I wanted to make those eggs last. And,
Damn, dude. That's rough. I don't think I've ever dropped eggs. Is that weird? You know how eggs are like the most fragile thing, and everyone always worries about like dropping them or like.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever. It's never been like an issue. I've never been like, oh no, I dropped my eggs.
See, I've definitely dropped them before. I've never dropped a carton of eggs. And what happened is it was on my counter, and I bumped it with my butt, and it fell over. And I'm so mad.
Shit, homie.
Oh.
That's bad.
All right, I'm gonna go eat food before I pass out.
All right, bud. Have a good one. It was a pleasure, as always.
Thank you. Yeah. Have a good League of Legends.
All right, bud. Take it easy.
All right. Bye bye.